Please be seated. Before we took the luncheon break, the Honourable Minister responsible for health was engaged in his debating. I'll now recognise him for the completion of his debate. You have 45 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, during the lunch break, it became quite evident to me that I've put some nervous tension in my camp because all of my colleagues now are scared that the next few days, Compass, are going to be dedicated solely to yours truly, and probably they'll get a little spin-off ricochet. But I don't think the man can do me much more than he's already done, because I have occupied him for the last 6 months and fallen short of putting a hitman on me. I don't think there's much else he can do or say about me, from calling for my job to saying that I was giving it as a political favor. Madam Speaker, it's obvious, though, that we are victims of a foreign press, largely in this country. And one thing I want to do is implore the Minister of Education, if she has scholarships to give, let's get some journalists. We need some local ones, some good ones. Because I've never done this man anything, to my knowledge. As far as I know, we pick up his garbage. And unless I've troubled one of his friends that I didn't know was his friend, I can't see why he has such a personal grievance towards me, and in particular the Minister of Education. In particular, Madam Speaker, I do not choose the size of shoes that he chooses to wear, and the color and style. So I've never done anything to this man. The last time I saw him, he was smiling and said that, you know, I told him that we were busy and we were getting things done, and he said he was looking forward to it, and we put out the strategic outline case and he goes ballistic again. So there's no pleasing him. So I will continue to do my job, and I guess he will continue to do his. But as long as he's not reporting about me in the prison or in court, all publicity, I just want to make him know, because he said something along those lines in his last message, instant message to me. All publicity that he gives me is also good publicity. Thank you, Mr. Legge. I'll move on now to culture. Madam Speaker, culture as a subject area is now critical to several aspects of life in our islands, in particular because of the large influx of other nationalities in our islands. Well, that couldn't have come at a better time. I was just speaking about that. The work of the cultural entities and individuals helped to protect and create awareness of historical elements of Caymanian heritage, celebrates and promotes our society as one which is culturally diverse, strengthens the offerings of one of our largest industries, that is tourism, and helps to drive the various creative industries coming to the forefront today, such as culinary and artistic expressions and businesses. Madam Speaker, the Cayman Islands National Museum's highlights over the past year included the following inspirational exhibitions: Olive Miller, A Mission of Service; Passing Through Migratory Birds of the Cayman Islands; Birdie, Voyages, A Sea Captain's Legacy; Sporting Stars, and Play. The latter two exhibitions are still in place and well worth the visit, Madam Speaker. The Cayman National Cultural Foundation, Madam Speaker, began offering Ms. Lassie's house school tours in October. The iconic home's art and educational activities are a delight to locals and visitors alike. Additionally, Madam Speaker, CNCF produced the 20th annual KFest, Cayman Islands National Arts Festival, comprising several events, including the popular Red Sky at Night. Meanwhile, Madam Speaker, CNCF's neighbor, the National Gallery of the Cayman Islands, created a new collections-based school program, which was shortlisted for the Joanna Clark Award of Educational Excellence. The National gallery forged new regional strategic partnerships, resulting in increased visibility for the National Gallery and Cayman in the Caribbean, including the recent Jamaican Art Show, and mounted further temporary exhibitions, namely Homage to Open Air Painting by Teresa Grimes, our Story of Art, Public Art, Sculpture Competition Display, Images of Yesteryear, Art of Assemblage, and most recently, Metamorphosis, which, Madam Speaker, is still on display for the public's enjoyment. The National Gallery also completed the National Gallery Strategic Planning Exercise, Madam Speaker, resulting in the new National Gallery Strategic Plan 2014 to 2019. Madam Speaker, all three of these cultural entities have a diverse myriad of ongoing programs and events that enrich the life of our society and ground our people in awareness and celebration of our cultural heritage. Examples include libraries, lecture series, tours, courses and workshops, apprenticeships, internships, and scholarships. Members will also recall that this year's theme for National Heroes Day was Cultural Heritage, whereby we recognize our pioneers who have worked hard to preserve and promote Cayman's cultural heritage. We also recognize those individuals who have contributed over time with long service awards, and those who have passed on were commemorated on the memorial scroll. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the members of the public who took the time to nominate these deserving individuals for this recognition, and I trust that the public will take advantage of this opportunity to recognize our deserving residents again later this year when we call for nominations for next year's National Heroes Day, which will celebrate our pioneers in health. And so, Madam Speaker, I hope you will agree with me when I say that the past year has been a very busy one for my ministry. I'm very fortunate to have a fantastic team of professional and dedicated heads of department who are committed to working together to help our ministry achieve our goals. I'm equally fortunate to have a professional and dedicated staff in my ministry, ably led by my chief officer. While we are one of the smaller ministries in terms of numbers, I believe we have been able to achieve a great deal through dedication and teamwork. And I'm grateful for their support during my first year as minister, and in particular my policy advisors. They work extremely hard putting together all of the various bits of information we need and getting cabinet papers done and attending to meetings and all the work that goes on in the ministry. Ministries are very, very busy places for people who think that we sit there and do nothing, far be it from the truth. I would like now to look ahead, Madam Speaker, with your permission, to the coming year and the new budget. And while we have achieved much over the past year, I think there is still much to be done. I would like to briefly outline some of my ministry agency plans for the 2014-15 year. Starting in the same order, the Health Services Authority and the area of health. We will continue the implementation of their strategic plan with the aims of continuing to improve the quality of patient care, empowering staff, and improving their financial sustainability. In 2014-15, the HSA plans to, 1, develop and implement an affiliation agreement with an accredited overseas provider, healthcare provider. This will allow for enhanced training opportunities for staff, the ability to access supplies, medicines, and equipment through a larger procurement network, and assistance and advice regarding possible enhancements in the way the HSA does business. This will result in better health care and customer service to our patients. The RFP is drafted, Madam Speaker, and we will have this arrangement in place this year. 2, explore the feasibility of acquiring additional space for the expansion of the Specialist Services Clinic. 3, undertake a review of their facility master plan to help address issues such as space for clinical services, storage, parking, and changing rooms. with the goal of ensuring the facilities are there to continuously improve the delivery of sustainable, high-quality health care. 4, launch a patient portal in an effort to increase patient engagement, allowing patients to see their results, schedule appointments, and communicate with their clinicians. 5, new pharmacy software will streamline inventory and add improved functionality to the HSA's pharmacy services. 6, procurement of non-emergency transport to reduce the demand on the emergency ambulance. 7, procurement of a digital imaging system for the medical records department to curb storage requirements. And Madam Speaker, the other thing I want to do is to direct as much business as we can towards our district clinics, because I think that in some ways they're underutilized, and I've spoken to management about that. And it may have some budget implications because, of course, you're looking at extra time, staff, and nighttime and all that kind of stuff. But I think the more people we can stop coming to the Central Hospital, Georgetown Hospital, the more efficient the whole system can be. When the previous Minister of Health, my colleague, Mr. Eden, the first elected member for Bordentown, built those clinics, I think that was what he had in mind. And I still, although they are utilized, and we are looking at renovating, not renovating, but refurbishing in terms of where things have been left too long, and fixing the roofs and putting in generators and all that kind of stuff. I still think that we could do, and I know that the management of the HSA shares my vision on this, but it does have budget implications, so we have to do our best to work to see how best we can do it. Looking at the Department of Health and Regulatory Services, Madam Speaker, for the coming year, they plan to continue their public education program regarding health insurance and the health insurance legislation. The Health Insurance Commission will pursue public-private partnerships with the approved insurers to provide access to health insurance for retirees, elderly persons, and persons with high-risk medical conditions. Implement the administrative fines provided for in the health insurance law and regulations, as well as enhance enforcement strategies, including extending these enforcement efforts to Cayman Brac and Little Cayman. Develop and implement guidelines for the processing of applications related to clinical trials and experimental research. That's a very important point, Madam Speaker, because we're seeing more and more in relation to medical tourism in the Cayman Islands, and we're seeing people that are coming here wanting to start different clinics, addiction clinics, stem cell research, cancer, you name it. And right now, we don't have this type of legislation that we really need on the books to control, because it goes without saying that in some cases these are experimental procedures. They're also not allowed currently in many cases by the FDA. Federal Drug Administration, that's correct. And therefore, a number of these are being done overseas, outside mainland USA. And we have to protect ourselves as a jurisdiction to ensure that we are not getting ourselves in a situation where we become exposed, liable for various procedures. Oftentimes, these procedures are well tested and proven, and some have been around a long time, but we have to make sure that we protect ourselves, Madam Speaker. We welcome the new business and we welcome the interest in the area, but we have to be careful. Medical tourism certainly is an area that's on the rise with the Shetty Hospital being online available for tertiary care for locals through the referral process, and they're getting up to speed. They had some teething problems in terms of equipment and the like, but they're getting up to speed, and they'll soon be bringing in their own patients from overseas. But in the meantime, I encourage all referrals that can be done to be made to this hospital to save us in the area of overseas healthcare costs, which are no secret is one of the large items in the budget for us. In relation to the mental health area, finally, I'd just like to say that we are working hard through the Mental Health Commission with Dr. Lockhart to ensure that we look at existing capacity of what we can do for young people and adults, and then long-term plans for hopefully a public-private partnership where we can, government maybe provide the land and someone can build a facility for us to have for long-term care. But we simply do not have the ideal situation now, Madam Speaker, where our loved ones are being cared for overseas or are left alone on the street. They're wreaking havoc in the homes, and when they go overseas, we don't know what's happening with them. Loved ones are unable to visit them and be with them and care for them. And regardless whether the facility is top class or not, at the end of the day, it's not an ideal situation, and it certainly costs the government well in excess of $1 million every year for that care. So I think it's in our interest, and it's very timely. We've had some incidents recently that have brought it to the fore, and we have to make sure that, and I think the urgency is here now, and I think all of our colleagues, and I know the Minister of Education, in particular with our young people in the schools, and the amount of attention that they are getting, because, Madam Speaker, if we can deal with sometimes, just about in all cases, if we can deal with catch young people at an early age, before the age of 16, where these symptoms are evident in many cases, we can certainly have a better end result. So this is very important to me and to the ministry, and I think that we are going to be making significant strides, and the Premier, me and him have chatted about this. We want to ensure that we get somewhere on this quickly. In 2014-15, the Mosquito Research Unit, MRCU, will expand the aerial BTI trials to combat the dengue mosquito, expanding this year's field trial, Madam Speaker, to a full-scale aerial operation, treating an area of 400 acres on a weekly basis for a period of 6 months. This work will continue to include monitoring of the Aedes aegypti population, including trapping and monitoring of egg-laying behavior. MRCU will also carry out 3 to 4 island-wide large-scale larvicidal operations, including Cayman Brac and Little Cayman, to prevent mosquito emergence. The physical control efforts of MRCU, namely the hatch and stand program, will be expanded and more frequent operations being carried out throughout the season. The program focuses mainly on the Yacht Club, Salt Creek, and Barker's areas. Moving now, Madam Speaker, swiftly to the Department of Environmental Health. Has plans for the upcoming budget year include to further enhance and improve the operations of the Georgetown landfill. As I mentioned earlier, Madam Speaker, the DEH is in the process of procuring some much-needed replacement equipment, and this will continue in the coming financial year. This new equipment and the hiring of some additional staff will serve to enhance the operations of the solid waste section of the department. New security cameras will be installed at the Cayman Brac and Little Cayman landfills, and the existing cameras will be improved at the solid waste dispatch locations. In addition, Madam Speaker, the department will increase the application of cover materials to the landfills and maintain a smaller working face at the sites. Of course, this is after compaction, so a compactor is definitely one of the priority pieces of equipment, while also continuing to improve and expand the department's recycling programs. The cemetery management plan will be updated in the coming financial year to include the structural needs and capacities of the public cemeteries in Grand Cayman, and an associated implementation plan will be developed, Madam Speaker. This updated plan will form the basis for cemetery management regulations to be developed, which will cover public and private cemeteries. The procurement process for the integrated solid waste management system will continue, and the coming financial year should see a new national strategy, as I said earlier, for waste management being finalized. As I mentioned briefly before, Madam Speaker, the procurement process set out in the FFR is one that requires the proposed project to undergo thorough assessment prior to any shovels being put in the ground. Madam Speaker, I have to repeat this because it needs to gain traction, because so far it hasn't in many cases. Madam Speaker, there is no question that the process appears to add to the timeline of a project. However, I believe that the process will result in a better project with a smoother implementation and a significantly reduced chance of failure. I repeat, the process is one that is open and transparent and requires upfront consideration and assessment of the financial, environmental, and legal feasibility of the preferred project. Simply put, Madam Speaker, it is much less expensive and much smarter to make any mistakes on paper rather than on the ground. Therefore, I believe that this process can only help to save costs as well as resulting in a more robust project. As I mentioned earlier, there will be opportunities for public input in the process, and I encourage everyone to take the time to have their voices heard on this important national issue. Finally, in the area of health, Madam Speaker, I plan to bring the proposed cancer registry law to this Honorable House, or bill, I should say, to this Honorable House during the upcoming financial year. This legislation will make it mandatory to report cancer to the National Cancer Registry and will assist us in getting the valuable data we need to be able to better target our education, prevention, and treatment investments. Looking at the Youth Services Unit, for the coming year, Madam Speaker, the National Youth Policy continues to guide our work with the Youth Services Unit and the various organizations and entities that serve the young people of these islands. The Youth Services Unit will also serve many of the youth of the islands with the following aims in the coming year: a culinary youth camp, a youth summer summit, the 8th sitting of the Cayman Islands Youth Assembly, production of a revised Youth Services Directory, sending a youth representative to South Korea, courtesy of the South Korean government. The Youth Services Unit will also continue with its weekly youth radio show, quarterly newsletters, and life skills sessions. The Cadet Corps, staying with the area of our young people, Madam Speaker, the Cadet Corps will continue to offer its program in Grand Cayman and Cayman Brac with detachments in South Sound, John Gray High School, Clifton Hunter High School, Triple C, and Cayman Brac. The cadets will also continue their successful B-Tech program, as well as continuing their work in the community. In the Department of Sports, we have a number of exciting initiatives planned for the upcoming year. They include establishing an inter-school sports system for the 6 focus sports, including primary and secondary schools. This will provide more positive after-school activities for students throughout the week, help tackle childhood obesity through increased opportunities to be active, contribute to a reduction in youth crime by providing positive engagement during the critical hours between 3 and 6 p.m., foster student-athlete growth, improve academic performance, and build school patriotism. That is obviously an initiative that we will be working closely with the Department and Ministry of Education on. Continue their provision of community sports and increase partnership opportunities with the private sector to promote sports and our athletes. Upgrades to the Bush Stadium will be completed in time for the CONCACAF Girls on the 15 tournament in August. In addition, the Ministry's Strategic Sports Advisory Group, SSAG, will work with the National Sports Associations to develop their individual sports development plans in accordance with the provisions of the National Sports Policy. And finally, Madam Speaker, we turn to the policy area of culture and our plans for the coming year. Madam Speaker, our country's cultural activity, including elements of heritage and the arts, has been experiencing steady development and exposure locally and internationally. The time has now come, Madam Speaker, to harness the work of the national cultural organizations along with the achievements of the Cayman Islands independent artists, musicians, producers, filmmakers, writers, and other cultural animators, both locally and abroad, to research and develop a national cultural policy. We have great talent in this country, in our young people, and we must allow its every chance of success and it to blossom. In addition, Madam Speaker, the 3 main national cultural organizations will continue their robust programming throughout the 2014-15 year. The National Gallery aims to conduct a full audit and review of the national art collections, including condition reports and suggestions for restoration considerations, storage requirements, and a funding plan for new acquisitions. They will also develop a 3-year fundraising plan, including a strategy to broaden the demographics and increase annual membership. They will develop and publish the first national collection guide with an introduction to the history of the Cayman Islands art and scholarly catalogs for each major exhibition. They will seek to strengthen research partnerships with academic and institutional partners and develop related materials for school and college level use. And finally, they will develop a revenue-generating cultural tourism program. The Cayman Islands National Museum, Madam Speaker, aims to complete and adopt the National Museum Strategic Plan 2014-2015 through 2016-2017. They will seek to acquire and move into a proposed collection storage facility that will be owned rather than rented to ensure good fiscal practice and a permanent home for the museum collection. Provide 4 to 6 changing exhibitions on during the year, including special events and openings, and revitalize the archaeology program. Right now, the museum is running our Sporting Stars, and it has a look back of yesteryear of our sports and where we have come from. And I encourage members and the listening public and viewing audience to take a pass through the museum. It is a wonderful place. It's actually, I call it a best kept secret because I don't think it gets its share of local visitors as it should, but it is, the museum is well looked after. There's a lot to see and learn there, and the sports, our local sports exhibition is really something. It is not all inclusive, and some people are going to criticize and say, oh, well, this should have been there and that. It's a start in the right direction, and I think one of the things that I would like to do while I am sports minister is for us to create in these islands our own, for the first time, Hall of Fame for our sporting heroes. I think we've reached that point where we have started to build enough caliber, enough pedigree, and we have people that thank for where we have reached. And I think that that is something that we need to start to work on. And I would like to see that in my term or my time here. We would like also, Madam Speaker, to relaunch the land-based Maritime Heritage Trail, complete repairing signage, revitalize and relaunch the program in cooperation with our MHD partners, that is Maritime Heritage Trail partners, and they are the Department of Environment, Archive, and the National Trust. We'll also develop 1 or 2 shipwreck preserves as museums in the sea for the aquatic public, those interested in sea life, and start preparatory work to bring underwater cultural heritage legislation into agreement with international instruments. Cayman National Cultural Foundation plans to publish a book of 3 Caymanian plays, Madam Speaker, this coming year, and they also further develop the Cayman Islands Folk Singers, the National Theatre Company, and the National Dance Company. Madam Speaker, from all of this, it should be quite evident that it is a very busy time in my ministry, as I said, and all my colleagues' ministries, I dare say. We are working together across ministries to get things done and going in one direction. We work particularly close with the Minister of Tourism and Minister of Education and the Minister of Planning from my perspective, and this pays huge dividends in getting things achieved. I'm proud of all of my colleagues in this progressive administration, and I can assure the public that all and sundry are pulling their weight. The rookies are all councillors, and they are doing the country and themselves proud. Every week we sit as a caucus and cabinet, we have the well-being of these islands and its people at heart. Madam Speaker, I also would like to turn, before I finish my contribution, some of my remaining time to my district, my own district of Bordentown. And I will not go into extensive detail as this was well covered by my able councillor, the 4th elected member for Bordentown. And I'm sure that my other colleague, our senior statesman, Mr. Eden, the 1st elected member, will also deal with Bordentown and some of the detail when he stands to contribute. But I want to assure the people of Bordentown that in myself and Minister Panton, along with our two MLA colleagues, we have experience and we have hard-working representatives for the District of Bordentown, dedicated representation. Madam Speaker, we opened our MLA office in January of this year in very accessible and visible location right next to Wendy's in Savannah. And this is full-time staffed. We hold clinics there weekly, time and engagements permitting. I am there on Thursday evenings. Minister Panton is there on Friday evenings. Councillor Saku is there off and on during the week. And MLA Eden, the first elected member, everybody knows in Bordentown how to get him. We are dedicated to improving Bordentown and the lives of its residents, Madam Speaker. We continue to work with our committee, and we'll be forming a much larger district committee or council to better represent the district in the coming months. We work continuously with our cultural group in the area of the Harry McCoy Park, the Mission House, and the Nurse Joseph Senior Center, and ensure that all of the events there are well supported by us and by the public, including Pirates Week heritage activities and the recently held May Fest, which is another roaring success on the calendar, the district calendar. I think this year we were blessed with some showers, but to be quite honest, if those showers had not come, we would have had trouble, I think, keeping or finding space for all of the attendees. It was set to be the exhibitions of the various countries that exhibited were just amazing, fantastic. Words fail in the description of what those people that came out to exhibit did. In particular, I have to single out, I must say, I don't think anyone will feel jealous if I mention the fact that the Filipino community and their exhibition was just something that just set such a high bar standard that it's something that we all could strive to do. Those people, they know how to work together, and I think us Caymanians could take a page out of their book. I want to thank, Madam Speaker, the dynamic ladies that work with us, led by Ms. Mayor Lawrence, and again, Ms. Ellen Eden, who they do so much, Madam Speaker. I won't name out all of the names because I don't want to leave out anyone, but we all know the group that I'm referring to. And they are our exhibitors. They do all of our cultural exhibits in Bordentown, whether it's at the Civic Center or down at the Agriculture Show or wherever. But they could use some more manpower, but Madam Speaker, those ladies know how to get things done. And they form the core of this group, and they solicit help as needed. And they have some males, notably, that assist them: Robert Wood, Crosby Solomon, Harwell McCoy, and Emilio Watler, who continue to do really, really good work in Bordentown, not for us as the four of us, but for the District of Bordentown. We have seen interest as a result of the good work that they do from other people in the district, and they have formed a younger group spearheaded by Mr. Renard Powell, and they have come out and they've cleaned up the district, and they've done some remedial works and fixed up around the monument, for instance, and other things. And they are very keen on getting things done. They've been sprucing up and cleaning up the town center, and I think that they are a spin-off, and they have actually gone in and assisted the original cultural group. And this all bodes well for the district to see the central Bordentown area coming together, those remaining residents, and working hard to showcase Bordentown and what we have to offer. Its residents can come and yeah, the member from East End was just asking me and that's a very timely question, when are we going to do the police station? And what he's referred to is, on the weekend just gone, he and his colleagues in East End, a community group in East End, came out and, as he said in his debate last week, that they would spruced up around the East End Police Station. I think the same is planned for the holiday weekend for the North Side Police Station. And the three Eastern stations are all fall under one commander, one chief. And the Bontown one is also badly in need of groundwork. And I think that once I can have time to speak to the guys in Bontown, I will certainly let the member from East End know, and he can hopefully join us, and at least he may be able to do a little more work than I did for him, but come out and give us some support. I know he has a group of willing guys, and they did some great work over the weekend up there. So we look forward to getting that done. Government can't pay for everything. We just simply don't have the resources. And I appreciate that generous offer by the member. Bontown, Madam Speaker, has become largely a transient district in the original town center. And we will work towards beautifying and building this area back to allow the small entrepreneurs to take advantage of the flow through of visitors and residents alike. Water sports and other activities should form an important part of this, and we will seek to facilitate this for locals. We have a number of tourist accommodations. Most popular, as we know, is the Turtle Nest, and vacation homes in Bontown, and services are essential for their guests. Our locals must take advantage of these opportunities, Madam Speaker, and recent changes to encourage small businesses and incentives for the Eastern districts should assist. We are here to offer advice and guidance to all of you interested, and various government agencies are also available to assist. We worked hard at putting together as a government the small business incentives through the finance minister and all of us with our contributions. And certainly under the financial services minister, his agencies, which include the Department of Investment and Commerce and the Cayman Development Bank and others, are there to assist where possible. So we want to see our people taking a share of the economic pie and not just picking up, as I've always said, crumbs from the table. We want to see us becoming stakeholders and sitting at the table and taking care of our own destiny. I come from a family that has a small business, started in 1955, and we have continued that business in Bontown, which is in the set of Bontown, Madam Speaker, and that was started from humble beginnings. My mother started with a 55-gallon drum and a piece of hose, and now we have a gas station, a liquor store, and a fish fry. So it just shows what can be done. She put a lot of elbow grease, as the old people used to say, into that, a lot of sweat, a lot of hard times, but she made it, and she didn't have anyone to give her anything. Madam Speaker, we are seeing good economic activity in Bontown with the Cox Trust Plant and store coming online soon. The affordable homes will soon, God's willing, be occupied. We had some delays there. And the minister responsible, Minister of Planning, will speak to that when he gets up, and some access issues and stuff, but we're getting all that worked out. The Housing Development Trust is working hard at getting those screened and occupied as soon as possible. We have plazas. We see new plazas being built in the area, and others expressing interest in doing other things in Bontown. We expect to see the start of a large 5-star hotel in the Beach Bay area come to fruition, and this all bodes well for the future, Madam Speaker. We want our local people to share, as I said, in this growth and get much needed jobs, and we plan to work with all the developers to ensure that this is the case. Madam Speaker, we will continue to address the needs of Bontown and its people. They know they can call us to be there for them in good and bad times, and we strive daily to do this. To the people of the Cayman Islands, I say to you, yes, things are harder than they were before the recession hit home, but it's a time for new opportunities. There's a time for hope. Do not sit and complain, but instead, look after each day as a chance to explore new options and take advantage of the initiatives we as a government are seeking to provide for you. We have to learn to hustle a little more and not just be laid back and expect it's going to land in our laps like before. We are competing with people who come from countries where life is a little harder, and therefore they know what they have to do to make it. We also have to show the Caymanian toughness of our forefathers and grab the opportunities for us and our families. Do not sit idly by and wait for handouts. Do not sit by and just complain. Get out there and make it happen, Madam Speaker. Knock on doors until they are tired of seeing your face if you're not working, until one opens, and when you get that chance, make the best of it. Sure, you can be depended upon and work hard to prove yourself. We are putting plans in place for further education and for incentives to small businesses. See what you can do to improve yourself and your lot in life. This surplus budget, Madam Speaker, that we have prepared has much in it to better these Cayman Islands. We plan to do a lot more as we continue to right the good ship Cayman. Thanks to all of the hard-working civil servants once again who support us in our endeavors. Madam Speaker, I would like to thank my colleagues in this honorable House, yourself included, for their support this past year. And I note that I look forward to continuing to work with them for the benefit of the Cayman Islands. I once again would like to thank my hard-working heads of department and ministry staff for their efforts and support in delivering the services and programs of my ministry. Madam Speaker, we are certainly doing more with less. And it's not always easy because, people find it difficult at times to continue to plug along and say, well, we're not appreciated, we're not being paid this, and we're not being recognized. So it's our job as a government and as a civil service to find ways to incentivize and to promote. And I think the deputy governor showed some of that here today when he had senior people in here, not necessarily senior, but civil servants in here who are being recognized for their hard work. That means a lot more sometimes than money, Madam Speaker. We have to make them know they're valued, they're appreciated, because at the end of the day, it's what you can do for your country, not what your country can do for you. May the good Lord continue to bless these fair Cayman Islands, Madam Speaker, and may we strive to all play our part to make our home the best it can be. Remember, we are all ambassadors for Cayman, and remember what got us here: hard work and determination of our forefathers, the vision of our early leaders, and the great Caymanian hospitality that we became famous for. Let us not lose any of these attributes as we take these islands from strength to strength. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity, and may God bless us all.
Thank you. You had about 1 to 2 minutes remaining, Minister.
I'll give that to my colleagues. Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? I recognize the sixth elected member from the District of Georgetown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to join my colleagues in thanking Her Excellency the Governor for her encouraging speech from the throne. I'd also like to congratulate the Honorable Premier on his delivery of the policy statement entitled Stability, the Road to Prosperity. Madam Speaker, last but not at all least, I would like to offer my congratulations to the Minister of Finance and the Honorable Marco Archer and his team, and in fact the entire government, on a meaningful and well-presented budget. Madam Speaker, I clearly remember going through the budget process a year ago, and it seemed as such a tall order, or even impossible with the restrictions, cuts, and mandates that were imposed upon us to meet the FCO's approvals. Today, one short year later, we have not only achieved our goals, but we have also exceeded projections while still stimulating economic growth. Madam Speaker, the year-end results, combined with the bold and deliberate budget being debated here today, gives insight into the depth and strength of this government. Harry S. Truman once said, and I quote, "In periods where there is no leadership, society stands still. Progress occurs when courageous, skillful leaders seize the opportunity to change things for the better," end quote. Madam Speaker, in the past year, this government has displayed courage in tackling some very difficult issues that have been kicked down the political road from administration to administration. This government has shown the fortitude to address complex, difficult, and sometimes controversial matters. The prison, the police remand center, the fire service, customs, immigration, labor, the environment, and the list goes on and on, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this government has also addressed many of the capital needs of the country that, for whatever reason, have never been able to get off the ground, although they have been needed for years. The landfill, the airport, the cruise berthing facility, and the revitalization of our capital, Georgetown, are all being addressed in just one short year. Madam Speaker, I have to take a sidebar at this point to address some concerns from the representative from the District of Northside on the cruise port. I think the member from Northside was concerned that we may not be doing the right thing in developing or going forward with the cruise berthing facilities, and that perhaps money would have been better spent in upgrading our current facilities. And I think he also alluded to the fact that we have enough cruise tourism right now. Madam Speaker, during my campaign and during my time in the private sector, I have always heard that the way forward for our cruise business is to get the cruise berthing facilities. If we want to compete with the rest of the Caribbean, then we have got to somehow have the buy-in of the cruise lines and develop our cruise berthing facilities. Madam Speaker, we developed the strategic outline case, and we went for public consultation on that. We developed the business case, which covered the important aspects of, does it make financial sense, and is it achievable under the Triple P, a public-private partnership. And the business case came back saying that in both of those cases, building the cruise berth facility, the berthing facilities is the right thing to do. Madam Speaker, we say that cruise numbers are up and have gone up over the last few months and will go up again next year, but we do have to caution that we cannot rest on our laurels that this means that they will stick around, Madam Speaker. There are several external elements that have caused our numbers to go up, including some of the issues being faced in Europe. But, Madam Speaker, there's also the fact that this government and the Minister for Tourism, the Honorable Moses Kekernel, has made major inroads with the cruise lines in providing them with some small needed improvements at the cruise ports, and also giving them the comfort of knowing that this government is going through the right process and will get it right in providing the cruise berthing facilities so that the cruise lines can offer our guests and their guests a much better experience when visiting the Cayman Islands. Madam Speaker, the press, as well as the member from Northside, also expressed concerns about how we could be doing an environmental impact assessment when we don't have drawings or plans. Madam Speaker, when we did the outline business case, the firm Mott McDonald was hired to do the engineering aspect and to make recommendations as to what would be the best way forward for us. And in that exercise, Madam Speaker, it decided that 2 pairs was the most viable option. And they provided in that report, which we did go to public consultation with, we held meetings at the Mayor Miller Hall, provided us with 5 possible pier layouts. And out of those 5, 2 options were chosen based on the technical, environmental, and cost considerations. Madam Speaker, all proper processes were followed during this time, and the Foreign and Commonwealth Office have been involved from the very beginning and has worked along with us step by step. As we heard from the Deputy Governor and also from the Honourable Minister for Health, Honourable Osborne Bodden, that when you are building a home, you have to get the foundation right. You have to have plans first of all, and you have to have the foundation built strong before you can go any further. And that is the same situation here with the cruise ports, Madam Speaker. This has been a very in-depth and technical process, and we have proven that the piers are financially viable and that they're absolutely needed for us to have a sustainable, continue to have a sustainable cruise visitors or cruise industry for the coming decades. So, Madam Speaker, with that, I will leave. I won't drag that out any longer, but I felt that I did have to address that in light of the comments that were published in the press over the weekend. Madam Speaker, I will not go down the path of blame or provide any autopsies on the previous attempts at these projects. But, Madam Speaker, what I can tell you is that this government has been methodical in its approach to all of its capital projects. This government has followed the framework for fiscal responsibility. And like the budget, we have included the Foreign and Commonwealth Office in each step of the process. So when we have arrived at a long-term solution, we are confident that the support of the FCO will be there and that we are not wasting the country's time or money. Madam Speaker, whether we like it or not, the harsh reality is that we have to follow the process outlined under the framework for fiscal responsibility. Madam Speaker, several years ago I was visiting Jamaica and I arrived a few short months after one of their general elections. And as I drove through the Montego Bay area, I asked the cab driver how the economy was doing. And he responded that things were not good. I then commented on the cleanliness of the streets and some of the newly planted flowers in the median and the roundabout, to which the cab driver quickly responded, "We can't pay bills with flowers." Madam Speaker, I know that many of our people share that very same sentiment as the cab driver did. But I feel very confident that this government, through policy, process, and transparency, will succeed in breaking ground on all of its capital projects. And Madam Speaker, we will also see construction begin on many of the private sector initiatives that have been proposed to this government since taking office. Madam Speaker, this speaks direct to the increase in investor confidence placed in this government because of its solid stance on process and managed development, combined with the display of financial prudence and overall high levels of competence. Madam Speaker, it is my humble opinion that over the next 12 to 16 months, we will enter into a well-planned and sustainable development boom that will have a trickle-down effect on the people of this country in the hundreds of millions. Madam Speaker, these projects are all part of this government's plan towards returning prosperity and sustainability to our country and its people. The airport redevelopment will provide much-needed jobs, but it will also facilitate the projected increase in tourism arrivals as outlined by the Honourable Minister of Tourism, Mr. Moses Colonel, in his debate contribution last week. Madam Speaker, the development of the cruise berthing facilities in our capital will provide jobs for hundreds. But combined with the small business package presented in this budget, it will also ensure that the downtown merchants will experience sustainable growth in the future. Madam Speaker, the road development budgeted as part of the Georgetown revitalization will also create jobs and stimulate economic activity for the quarries, truckers, and the supporting industries. However, Madam Speaker, these roads will also mitigate any congestion or safety issues once our capital has been rejuvenated and the numbers of tourists and local visiting the capital increases. Madam Speaker, considering the long-term plans and stimulants outlined in this budget, this government has also fought to roll back some of the fee increases previously implemented. I know that some have said that it's not enough or it's not meaningful. But Madam Speaker, it would also be irresponsible of this government to throw aside common sense and roll back all of the fees at once. Madam Speaker, implementing the increases all at once had a very unfavorable effect on this country and its people. And if we were to roll them all back at once, then I believe the effect would be even more disastrous. Madam Speaker, the journey of 1,000,000 miles starts with the first step. And today, this budget is the first step in the right direction towards sustainable recovery for this country's economy. The reduction in import duties for businesses and on the fuel for CUC will lead to the injection of $8 million straight into the economy, and the trickle-down effect will be even greater. If the average person receives a reduction in their CUC bill and on their purchases at the grocery store, then I believe it will have a net positive effect on the individual's life. Madam Speaker, $50 to $60 can pay for school child's lunch for a couple of weeks. Madam Speaker, it is my hopes that next year at this time, the government will have once again demonstrated its prudent financial management and visionary leadership, and will be able to offer even more reductions in fees to alleviate the burden on the high costs that are now strangling our economy. As I just said, the journey of 1,000,000 miles starts with the first step. Madam Speaker, over the past year, I have been working along with several entities within the tourism and transport sector. One of the more challenging areas have been that of public transport. But Madam Speaker, I'm happy to report that much improvements and advancements have been made in a short time since taking office. The number of Caymanians being employed in the transportation sector has increased by approximately 100 persons since June 1st, 2013. Madam Speaker, this is a significant amount of Caymanians that have found meaningful employment within the tourism and transport sector. This is also a positive tourism indicator that visitor numbers both at the seaport and at the airport has seen tremendous growth in the last year. As you may have heard from the Honourable Minister last week, Minister for Tourism, Mr. Moses, the Honourable Moses Colonel, we expect to see the number of arrivals at both the cruise and the airport increase over the next year as well. So we hope to see more Caymanians given the opportunity to participate. We've also, in the Ministry, Madam Speaker, been focusing on breaking down silos and combining efforts for the good of the country. And the Department of Lands and Survey, the Ministry for Tourism, the Public Transport Unit, and the National Roads Authority, and the Planning Department are all working to enhance the cruise visitors' experience in Georgetown by installing kiosks with maps of Georgetown, providing visitors with information such as transport, shopping, dining, historic buildings, locations of information booths, restrooms, and a lot more. Madam Speaker, we hope to work with the Cayman Islands Tourism Association, who have offered to provide us ambassadors to assist in these kiosks in and around the capital and also at the airport. Madam Speaker, it was also reported that the long-awaited restrooms over at the bus depot next door are just about completed and should be available to the public in the coming weeks. We're also in the process of updating the uniforms of the independent tour operators with images approved by the Department of Tourism highlighting Cayman's unique land-based attractions such as the Turtle Farm and Pedro's St. James. The PTU continues, the Public Transport Unit, continues to work with the Rotary Club Central, and as a result, the total number of bus shelters increased by 20 since last year. This is expected to further increase in the coming year, Madam Speaker. And I would like to take this opportunity to publicly thank the Rotary Club of Grand Cayman Central for their assistance in what can be described as a perfect example of public sector and the private sector working together. Madam Speaker, another area that I have had the privilege of working in is the Film Commission and the concept of film in the Cayman Islands. During my campaign, Madam Speaker, it became glaringly obvious that many of our young people are not interested in the traditional occupations that we once thought, in traditional occupations that we once encouraged our young people to go into, that being banking or tourism and the financial services, but rather they want to enter into the arts, film, the music industry, writing, film production. These are all areas that our young people today are looking towards for a career and expressing their talents. We have young, brilliant Caymanians, Madam Speaker, who have to live overseas to follow their passions. We just recently heard the news that Frank E. Flowers has just landed a contract to write for a major motion picture company. I'd like to take the opportunity to congratulate Mr. Flowers and his family, who I am sure supported him, on this achievement and for staying focused and following his dreams. Madam Speaker, it is my hope that in the coming years we can invest in the infrastructure and the equipment that would be accessible by young, ambitious filmmakers and music producers to give them the start that they need to one day enjoy the same success as Mr. Flowers. Madam Speaker, I also learned that the Cayman Islands are a prime location for film crews to come and film major motion pictures, short films, and other productions. Since taking office, I have made it a personal goal of mine to revive the Film Commission and to embrace opportunities for film crews to visit and shoot on our shores. When a film crew visits, we not only fill hotel rooms, rent vehicles, and fill restaurants, Madam Speaker, but we also gain free exposure to the world of our beautiful islands. And most importantly for me, Madam Speaker, it also allows our talented young people to take advantage of opportunities to work with these visiting crews and to gain exposure to these industry professionals. Madam Speaker, as at the 1st of July 2014, the Cayman Islands Film Commission has been transitioned to the will be transitioned to the Department of Tourism, where it will be given a reinvigorated structure and objectives. With the refreshing of the Film Commission's website, we will have an updated list of those in the industry so that visiting filmmakers, journalists, and producers can contact them for local support. In this fiscal year, the Film Commission handled a range of projects, including travel shows, corporate productions, still photography, reality TV shows, TV series, specials, short films, reports, and documentaries. Madam Speaker, occupations that were granted temporary work permits by immigration for the visiting media productions from 2013, 2014 included directors, producers, journalists, photographers, coordinators, stylists, actors, camera operators, assistants, sound engineers, lighting technicians, stuntmen, story assistants, cheerleaders, and entertainers. In the calendar year 2013, the Film Commission handled 18 projects, such as Laugh Cayman, Event Flow Inc., BBC News, ABC Boston News, The Chronicle, Cayman Production Epic Films, Ocean Mysteries, Sharp Entertainment, Fish Tank, the New York Jets, and the BBC News Science Team, to name a few. Madam Speaker, approximately 115 temporary work permits were issued by immigration for visiting media productions in 2013. And according to applications submitted for media production permits, expenditure while filming in Cayman was expected to be approximately $110,000. As of 30th April 2014, the Film Commission handled 7 projects, such as Cayman Cookout, Camana Productions, Queen's Baton, Untitled Atlanta, and Untitled Atlanta Project, just to name a few. As of 30th April, Madam Speaker, 2014, approximately 47 temporary work permits were issued by immigration for visiting media productions. Madam Speaker, according to applications submitted for media production permits in 2014, expenditure while filming in Cayman was expected to be approximately $142,000 US. Madam Speaker, many of the above named used local talent and supporting crews. And from the figures you can see that there clearly is a real opportunity for us to create an industry for our young aspiring filmmakers to embrace and to succeed in. We just have to create the opportunity for them, Madam Speaker, and I am sure that they will grasp it. Madam Speaker, on Friday, June the 13th, the Cayman Islands International Film Festival will be launched with the exclusive screening of a Virgin Productions major motion picture, The Two Faces of January, starring Viggo Mortensen, Kirsten Dunst, and Oscar Isaacs. Madam Speaker, this is a tremendous step in promoting the Cayman Islands as an emerging force in the world of film. And I would like to publicly thank the Department of Commerce and Investment, the Film Commission, and the Department of Tourism for supporting me in this initiative. I'd also like to congratulate Mr. Tony Mark and his team, K-Film, for their hard work and determination in putting the festival together. Again, Madam Speaker, this is another perfect example of the government thinking outside the box and partnering with the private sector. Madam Speaker, we continue to work towards greater participation of Caymanians in the hospitality industry. The Honorable Minister for Tourism mentioned in his debate the wonderful job the hotels are doing in the eastern districts with levels of 60 to 70% Caymanian employees. Madam Speaker, other hotels such as the Comfort Suites on the West Bay Road employ a majority of the Caymanians in their hotels as well. However, we still struggle in the resort-style properties, Madam Speaker, which have a heavy food and beverage component to their business models. Madam Speaker, we are making progress in this area, with initiatives being spearheaded by the Cayman Islands Tourism Association and the Department of Employment Relations. Last year, this initiative had its growing pains, but I'm optimistic that it will be more successful this year and that it will receive the support of our community leaders. Madam Speaker, I also have to speak to the fact that we, as Caymanians and us as representatives, are continuously approached about assisting persons in finding employment. And Madam Speaker, we are all very happy to assist, and we all go to great lengths to try and assist a Caymanian that we believe is able and willing to work. And Madam Speaker, we are constantly saddened by reports such as one I received on the weekend, where I had set up an interview for a young Caymanian for a job. And I followed up on the weekend with the gentleman, with the manager, and he said, well, she didn't show up for the interview. And he said, I would like to also give you some stats. He said, I had 4 interviews scheduled on Friday. 2 Caymanians, 1 married to Caymanian, and 2 expatriates. Madam Speaker, neither of the Caymanians showed up for the interview. The married to Cayman showed up, and the 2 expatriates showed up. So, Madam Speaker, we have got to all work collectively to ensure that we encourage our young Caymanians and our people, our constituents, our family members, that we have got to take responsibility for our actions as well, and that we have got to seize opportunities when they are awarded to us. We can't just not show up and say, I'll go next week, or ask for another day to go. Madam Speaker, we are sending the wrong message when we do things like this, and we are also making it much, much harder for those who will show up for the interviews and those who really want to work, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we've got to continue to positively influence our young people to seek a career in the hospitality industry, and to insist to the employers that Caymanians are a viable and, in fact, the best employees once properly trained. Madam Speaker, we have had some spectacular breakthroughs recently with several rising Caymanian stars in the industry. One of these is Miss Lexi Bush, of whom I've had the privilege to work with on a couple of events. Ms. Bush was featured in an advertorial last week about her accomplishments. But what I want to read for you, Madam Speaker, is an interview with Ms. Bush and Cayman 27, and I have copies of both the advertorial and the interview for you, Madam Speaker. With your permission, I will read the interview with Ms. Lexi Bush and Cayman 27.
You may proceed.
Madam Speaker, is entitled A Big Story, Local Woman Finds Keys to Success in Hospitality Industry. And it reads, Alexandria Bush started her job at the Ritz-Carlton Grand Cayman 7 years ago at the very bottom and worked her way up to a management position. Now she is preparing for a new chapter in her career. Miles away from her island home, she was picked for a management position at Ritz-Carlton Property in Toronto, Canada. I wanted to gain as much experience as I could, but I never thought doors would open like this, said Miss Bush, who was just a teenager when she first started work at the Ritz-Carlton. I started when I was still in high school, so I started coming into the hotel after school. So I'd come in around 3:30 or 4 o'clock and work. Her first duties were far from glamorous. She was scrubbing dishes in the dish pit. You've got to start somewhere, she quipped. I worked in banquets for a little bit, and I used to be a catering server as well. She told Cayman 27 her positive attitude got the attention of her managers, transforming an after-school gig into a bona fide career. Most people can do the job and get the job done, but employers want someone unique, said Miss Bush. They want something different, and they want you to show your drive and your willingness to put in an extra hour and a half late at night. Before long, Ms. Bush developed an interest in event planning, but she pointed out there are suitable careers for almost everyone in hospitality. You can work as a concierge, you can work in marketing, you can work in business, you can be an executive assistant, you can be a professional assistant, a personal assistant. There's so many things to do here, she said. And once again, opportunity came knocking for Ms. Bush. She accepted a management position at a Ritz-Carlton property in Toronto. She told, "It's really exciting. It's a realm of emotions. I'm so excited to learn something new, and I'm so excited to got to a city and work with some amazing leaders and amazing ladies and gentlemen up there," said Ms. Bush. She told Cayman 27 her plan is to soak up the experience, and when she's ready, bring that knowledge back to her native Cayman. "I want to gain the experience so that I can lead and guide people in the right direction, whether it's working for the hotel, working for the government, working for tourism," said Ms. Bush. She offered advice to those considering careers in hospitality. When you are younger, you have to find one thing you like and go for it. You just have to show the drive, and you have to show the willingness to work. And you have to be unique, and you have to be yourself, she said. Advice she's planning to take herself in the new, this is advice she's planning to take herself in her new career endeavor. Miss Bush's last day at the Ritz-Carlton Grand Cayman is Monday, 2nd of June. She told Cayman 27 she's going to miss her 800 co-workers, and she's looking forward to wearing scarves and boots in the cooler weather. Madam Speaker, I worked with Ms. Bush at the Ritz-Carlton on a few projects that were held at the Ritz-Carlton, and I can say that Ms. Bush is an exemplary example, an exemplary employee, and an example for what we would like to see our young Caymanians in the hospitality industry, or how we would like to see our young Caymanians in the hospitality industry. And I would also like to point out that Ms. Bush was already at the management level when she accepted this job in Toronto, so it's not that she has had to move to Toronto to gain the position of manager. Madam Speaker, Ms. Bush, Madam Speaker, this is indeed great news and amazing opportunity for Ms. Bush, and I am certain that she will shine in Toronto as she does here. And I'd like to offer my sincere congratulations to Ms. Bush and her parents, and I wish her all the best as she embarks on what will sure to be an amazing journey. Madam Speaker, the Minister last week spoke about, Minister for Tourism, the Honorable Moses Kakernel last week, spoke about the hospitality school, which will be launched in the fall. And we hope, Madam Speaker, that it will initially provide the opportunity for 25 Caymanians to experience the same success that Lexi Bush has. Madam Speaker, during my time spent within the ministry as Councillor for Tourism and Transport, I've had the opportunity to participate in just about every aspect of the ministry, and to the Honourable Minister Moses Kakernel, Deputy Premier Moses Kakernel, I have to thank him for that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, one of the opportunities I had was to attend the Global Tourism meeting held in Cayman a couple of months ago with attendees from our US, London, and Canadian offices, along with local and international industry partners. It was great to experience once again, as we did last year, the silos being broken down and the Ministry, the Department of Tourism, Cayman Airways, and other agencies working together for what we can now see as the fantastic results being achieved, including record numbers of arrivals since the year 2010. Madam Speaker, the dive industry has not been forgotten, and we continue to work with the dive industry to promote the Cayman Islands as the best in its class for diving. We continue to work with our partners such as Stay Focused and First Step, which uses diving in the Cayman Islands to rehabilitate and to create awareness for the physically challenged and the wounded veterans, respectively. Madam Speaker, the Department of Tourism will also be working with 10 operators on a summer only in Cayman promotion, which will, with special dive offers being promoted throughout the summer. Madam Speaker, it is also well known that the fall is the best time for diving in the Cayman Islands, and so we will have many of our programs, including Scuba Week, launched for that dive season. We will also strategically offer at the same time, Madam Speaker, a deep sea fishing program in partnership with the Cayman Islands Angling Club as an additional option during the fall for those who do not dive. And this program, Madam Speaker, this program will also attract an international film crew, which will film during that period and will be broadcasted on international television such as Fox and other adventure-type channels. Madam Speaker, as we approach the dive season, the summer, and the dive season in the fall, I was reminded that one of the local recruitment firms, CCML, has been putting on free boat captain and diving certifications for Caymanians. Regretfully, Madam Speaker, to date, no one has taken up the opportunity. So I am hoping that with the dive season approaching, that hopefully we will see some young people take the opportunity to receive a free boat captain and diving certification from the agency. Madam Speaker, during the fall, we will also have the Legends and Lions promotion, which is a trade and consumer-based program. And of course, our big event and our feature event, Pirates Week, will also take place during the fall. Madam Speaker, overall, we are expecting that just as we did over the winter months, we will see record numbers again over the summer and the fall with all of the activities planned for our visitors to participate in. Madam Speaker, on a ministry level, I'm also happy to say that I've been working along with the 5th elected member for Georgetown and the Cabinet Office and the Home Affairs Ministry towards developing a policy to make Cayman a friendlier place to do business. Madam Speaker, from the hospitality view, we have got to do a better job in facilitating large conferences and other events, including the film industry and sports tourism. The conference business, Madam Speaker, is fiercely competitive, and many of our competing destinations are on a daily basis rolling out the red carpet for individuals to visit and hold their conferences in their destinations. Madam Speaker, we have got to provide a coordinated approach towards ensuring that when we do attract conference business, when we do attract large sports tourism and also large film production crews and large film productions, that we provide the best level of service that we possibly can in allowing them to come here and do business in the Cayman Islands and rent hotel rooms in the Cayman Islands, rent vehicles, employ Caymanians, and use local goods and services. Madam Speaker, the 5th elected member from Georgetown mentioned last week about the competitive nature of the financial services, and cities such as Halifax in Canada and other overseas territories on a daily basis trying to recruit firms from the Cayman Islands to move to those locations. So, Madam Speaker, the world continues to evolve and change, and the Cayman Islands will also have to change and evolve if we're going to stay competitive in these areas. Madam Speaker, I would also like to touch on some of the activities around the Georgetown community. And I can say that over the past year, I've seen an improvement in the employment situation. We still have a ways to go, but Madam Speaker, on a daily basis, we are seeing opportunities arrive and our constituents being employed. Madam Speaker, I'd also like to publicly thank the Department of Children and Family Services for their continued programs around the Georgetown area, especially with the seniors, Madam Speaker. A lot of our seniors don't get out in the evenings unless it is an event planned by the Children and Family Services, and the community workers go and collect these seniors and take them to the event. So I hope that that continues, Madam Speaker, and I'd just like to thank the Georgetown community workers, especially Ms. Dorleen, for her excellent work in that area. Madam Speaker, one other concern I have is the availability of our town hall, Madam Speaker. We are, at the moment, a community without a town hall because the town hall is being leased to the courts, Madam Speaker, and I am hoping that we can find a way to perhaps assist the courts in finding another location. But, Madam Speaker, it has become very difficult for our community groups to find a location where they can hold their community events. Also, Madam Speaker, on the community policing and the crime, I'd like to I'd like to thank Chief Inspector Angelique Howell for her continued efforts, and I'd also like to recognize her team for the work that they continue to do around Georgetown. I think just recently, a week or two ago, they held a bit of a beautification work day on the waterfront and cleaned up a lot of the area across from Dairy Queen and along the waterfront. So I'd like to thank the inspector and her team for that. Again, Madam Speaker, I would like to thank everyone in the Ministry of Tourism, Transport, and District Administration for their support, for their patience with me sometimes, and guidance when needed. I'd also like, Madam Speaker, to thank the Honorable Deputy Premier, Minister for Tourism, Transport, and District Administration, Honorable Moses Kokernel, for allowing me to walk side by side with him in the ministry and for giving me the opportunity to really experience what it is like to play a very productive role in the ministry. And for him, I am ever grateful. It has been a fantastic year. We are making progress, Madam Speaker. Things are happening, and I would again like to just thank him for involving me in that. Madam Speaker, also, at Christmas, we had an opportunity to thank the team here at the Legislative Assembly and wish them greetings at Christmas. But 1 year later, I would also like to thank the team here for their continued work and also for their patience and understanding sometimes and guidance as well. Madam Speaker, in closing, I'd like to quote Benjamin Franklin: "Without continual growth and progress, such words as improvement, achievement, and success have no meaning." With those words, Madam Speaker, I thank you, and God bless the people of the Cayman Islands, and God bless my colleagues here in the Legislative Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you. Does any other member wish to speak? I recognize the second elected member from the District of Georgetown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me the opportunity to make my contribution today to the throne speech, policy statement, and the budget address. I have to tell you, Madam Speaker, that the Deputy Speaker and First Elected Member from Bodden Town did a sterling job last week in your absence. But I'd also like to just add my words that you were missed in this Assembly last week. I said to you, welcome back. I'd also like to give thanks to the Deputy Governor this morning. He introduced us to two very fine young ladies who had recently been promoted to chief financial officers within his ministry. Madam Speaker, it always gives me so much pleasure to see young Caymanians get their qualification and work hard and achieve such great progress in their career. These are young Caymanian accountants. And Madam Speaker, by all accounts, these two ladies are fairly young in their career, but already demonstrated their capabilities to the point that they are rising to the highest levels of our civil service. And they deserve to be commended for their efforts, and the civil service too. The leadership there needs to be commended for their recognition of these young ladies, recognizing their potential and giving them the opportunity to succeed in their chosen career. I feel especially warm inside because of Mrs. Nika. I know as Nika, welcome. She actually did her initial training with KPMG while I was there. And I'm particularly pleased to see how she has ascended in the civil service. Webster is her last name. And wish her and the other young lady all the very best as they continue to build on their careers and make their mark in the civil service. Madam Speaker, like everyone else, I'd need to give thanks to Her Excellency for the positive message in the throne speech, and the Premier for his policy statement, and the Minister of Finance for the budget address. I told the Minister the day after he delivered that address, it was spot on. It just set the right tone, it set the right direction for government, and reinforced the commitment of this government to act fiscally responsible in dealing with the finances of this country. Madam Speaker, it was but 9 short months ago when we were debating the very first budget, 2003-14 budget last October. The Hansards here will reflect that I said at that time that there was a very good chance, I thought there was a reasonable chance that government would experience an upward surprise in their fiscal performance in this fiscal year. Based on the budget statement last week, it seemed fairly confident that that is materializing. Revenues that are 7.4 million higher than budgeted, forecast. Expenses about 1.7 million less than forecast. And an underperformance of about 1.2 million in the statutory authorities and government companies is showing that overall net surplus for the year will be about 7.9 million better than originally planned. And I do hope and pray that these will continue to hold up through to the end of the fiscal year at the end of June 30th. Madam Speaker, by any accounts, these are modest, but they are most definitely in the right direction. Had this been the other way, we would be scrambling to find every way in which we could to close revenue leakage and to reduce expenses. But I believe, and certainly from all of the indicators that I have seen from talking to senior leadership within the private sector, things are starting to look up. I feel confident that where we are in the economic cycle, we put in a base in 2013-14. And from here on out, we will start to see upward growth and expansion in our economy. I do not believe for any stretch at this moment that we will go back to the unbridled growth of the late and mid 2000s, where to some extent I believe we had a bit of a false economy following the effects of our Hurricane Ivan. But certainly credit has to be given to government and to the minister, the ministry, and the staff that things are moving in the right direction, and they point to continued growth. Madam Speaker, the 2014-15 budget, I think, is no different. It is in keeping with the principles of fiscal prudence that the government set out and established in their manifesto, and the medium-term financial plan that was tabled in this House last fall. Government have stated that it is their goal to bring the country into compliance with the framework for fiscal responsibility by the time frame that is now incorporated into law. Now, what that means for us in terms of the of compliance is that we see this year that there have to be further cuts in expenditure, and there will be even further modest cuts in 2015-16 to achieve compliance by the committed time. So government itself too will be faced with further challenges as we move forward in achieving those targets. But I believe that the worst is now behind us, and that we are well on the way towards achieving that compliance. Madam Speaker, I think if members and everyone here were to look at the medium-term plan that was developed, we see that by the end of fiscal year 2016, we will just barely, projected to just barely achieve compliance. But what these excess surpluses mean to me is that they will provide some cushion and give us a little bit more confidence as time passes that we are well on the track and that we will achieve compliance by 2016. So while there are challenges, there is still hope. But I think what the public needs to understand, and us all here, is that even by achieving compliance doesn't mean that everything falls away. Those principles still remain. And on an ongoing basis, we have to achieve compliance every year. All that that means is that if we, from what I understand, all that means for us is that achieving compliance means that we no longer have to go to the British government to ask for approval. That's all it means. And we need to, so we have to maintain compliance in order to do that. Absolutely. We must go back if we don't have compliance. Now, Madam Speaker, turning next to the budget, one can only describe this budget as remarkable. We still continue to show increasing revenues, a reduction in expenses, and overall a net surplus of $128 million. Madam Speaker, I challenge you to find anyone, any country in this hemisphere of a similar size that can demonstrate such public performance in terms of its finances. Look at any other country in our region. They are all suffering with major shortfalls in revenues, runaway expenses, and deficits in their finances. Some of our closest neighbors and other countries in the overseas territories struggling with $350 million deficits. And we're sitting here projecting $130 million surpluses. It shows you the resilience of the country and its economy. And I'm going to state it here publicly. It shows you the resilience and the wise decisions that our forefathers took, and that subsequent governments throughout the ages not succumb to the temptation and the push to institute direct taxation. Our consumption-based model works. It's the most effective, it is the most efficient taxing mechanism that there is. You consume, you pay, no questions. And long may we continue to do that and not be pushed to do something that is not in our best interests. Madam Speaker, the excess surplus and cash that will be generated by these budgets will be used to build reserves, amongst other things, to build reserves, to mitigate future economic shocks. I heard one member of the opposition bemoaning that fact, bemoaning and saying that we have no plan to shelter Cayman against future economic shocks. That's what building reserves is all about. That's what having 90 days of revenue set aside as a reserve is all about. So that when your economy tanks, you've got something that you can spend to help stimulate. That's the reason for it. It's all about prudence in what we do. And Madam Speaker, it's no different for the individual. That is something each of us should consider in our own lives and our personal finances. You got to have some funds set aside for the rainy day. And government should be no different in what it does. I will say here again today, and I don't do so with any sense of pomp or pride, but I would say with what we have produced and what's been produced in this budget, there is a good possibility of an upside surprise next year, barring any significant economic worldwide effects. We will probably exceed performance targets in the coming year. Again, good chance for it. Madam Speaker, let me turn next to the economic stimulus measures. Again, this is, they are very welcome, they are very specific, and they are very much targeted. They are done in such a way that there is something for every person in this country. Everyone is going to see the effects of this stimulus package. Duty reductions for CUC and licensed traders is going to affect every person and just about everything in this country in some way, shape, and form. They're also very targeted. They are targeted primarily to assist small businesses, those who have been hardest hit during the recession, and many who are still struggling to recover. Madam Speaker, it is no secret that small business segment of this economy has been the worst hit in this recession that we have experienced, and we have seen many, dozens of them, go out of business. And you can drive to every shopping center or places or in commercial centers in this country. Businesses that used to exist in a location are no longer there. They've gone out of business. They've not moved. They've succumbed and gone out of business. And so I welcome this economic package with what it is designed to achieve. Madam Speaker, the amounts, they are modest. but they are planned in such a way that so that they are designed to achieve the best bang for the buck, the biggest bang for the buck in terms of their stimulus effect. Simply speaking, Madam Speaker, money is being placed in the hands of those who are most likely to spend it, and that is what is needed for the economy to expand and for it to multiply. I stand here and I would say I wish, as a government, we could do more. But, as is always the case, we must operate within the constraints of competing demands and the drive to comply with the public management and finance law. The Premier indicated in his speech that this is the first of others to come. And I'm looking forward to that time when we can continue to give relief to the business sector in this country to allow for continued real stimulus for economic growth and to help also the citizens of the country. Madam Speaker, the opposition also made mention and bemoaned the fact that the rollback of the duty on diesel to CUC was being delayed to January 1st and made big heyday over that. But Madam Speaker, one only has to think for a few seconds to really understand why. There's some really good reasons for it. I think first of all, and most important, the country needs to understand that come July 1 and through the next 6 months of the year, government's finances in terms of the revenues collected are at their lowest. In addition to that, Madam Speaker, the Minister of Finance announced that this year we would not have the luxury of having a bank overdraft to rely on if revenues do not keep pace as planned or if there are any other negative effects that might cause a drain on government's cash resources. Therefore, it behooves government, I believe, to act prudently and delay the implementation of this particular one until such time as when the revenues are there that they can support it. I think what I've seen government do in terms of this package as a whole is that they have structured it in such a way that it allows it to move forward with confidence that there will not be come October, November, December when revenue and cash collections are at their lowest. There is not much of a chance, or that they have mitigated the risk of there being any significant challenges to government in those months when cash collections are at their lowest. Absolutely. Madam Speaker, a number of colleagues have spoken at length, and the Deputy Governor also this morning spoke of the rationalization plan that is currently underway. Madam Speaker, I couldn't stress how much I welcome the initiative. It is something that I campaigned quite strongly on, made it a centerpiece of my own campaign last year, and I believe that it is very timely and one that we must see through to its natural conclusion. Madam Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition made mention of the efforts back in 2009, 2010, and specifically mentioned me because I was a part of the committee that he had put together to try and lead and make recommendations to government in terms of privatization or other initiatives like that to help rationalize the civil service. But as he said, it went nowhere, and the committee got very frustrated fairly quickly and soon disbanded in early 2010. But I think what really is different here now, Madam Speaker, is that this rationalization exercise is being led and is being driven by the Deputy Governor's office. It is not, therefore, Madam Speaker, politically driven. That, in my mind, suggests that this gives it the best chance for a successful outcome. I believe that the terms of engagement, my understanding is that the terms of engagement are broad and will also include guidance on how to implement the recommendations that will be forthcoming. I have no doubt, Madam Speaker, that once it is move to the implementation exercise, that it will require substantial resources, both internally and externally, to achieve any meaningful success. And I have no doubt that the recommendations, Madam Speaker, will run the whole full gamut of possibilities, from privatizations to an outright sale, to public-private partnerships, management buyouts, or mutualization, as is a term that's being talked about in recent weeks, or some form of centralization or shared services arrangements. All of these things, I think, are in the mix in terms of what the final recommendations will be. But what I wanted to do here, Madam Speaker, is to just send a few words to the good, hardworking people of our civil service, and to say that they need to embrace change and not fear it. Because with change, Madam Speaker, what comes with it is opportunity. Opportunity. And there will be opportunities for them to participate and to benefit from the overall exercise. And so as leaders, I think it's incumbent upon us to spread that message and encouragement for them to embrace rather than to work against it. I wish the Deputy Governor all the very best as he moves forward with it. There will be challenges, but I think that if we can work together in making those changes that are needed, that we will have a far better chance of a successful outcome, and therefore the country as a whole will benefit from this much needed exercise. Madam Speaker, for the next few minutes, I'd like to talk a bit about two projects that I'm working quite closely on, and to update this Assembly and the wider public of the Cayman Islands with the activities of those projects and the committees. First off, Madam Speaker, I would like to turn and speak briefly about the Foreign Account Tax Compliance Act, or something that's most commonly known as FATCA. Something that most Caymanians probably would have heard about it, but don't necessarily care about it because they aren't necessarily directly affected by it, since this is a project that really affects U.S. citizens who reside here in Cayman or who have accounts here in our banking system in the Cayman Islands, and the requirements now to have to report that. This FATCA really is wrapped up in a wider project that's being led by the G20 concerning the automatic exchange of information. Now, Madam Speaker, with respect to FATCA, there are two components to it. There is US FATCA and there is UK FATCA. I chair the implementation committee, and the committee is working diligently to ensure that Cayman meets and fulfills its international obligations in a timely, effective, and efficient manner. I have to say, so far, Madam Speaker, the committee has been working extremely hard, meeting weekly and sometimes 2 and 3 times a week to try and ensure that Cayman develops and implements this agreement in a timely manner. In my mind, it is a great textbook case of the public and private sector working together to achieve an outcome that will benefit the entire country. In our progress to date, enabling legislation has been drafted and accepted by the committee, and it has been issued within the 21-day time frame, and is to be dealt with at the current sitting of this Legislative Assembly. Guidance notes have also been issued by the committee to industry for consultation and feedback, and regulations are being drafted for approval by Cabinet. All of this, Madam Speaker, must be completed and in place by July 1, 2014 to ensure compliance with our international obligations. We've also formed an information or IT technology subcommittee to deal with the software reporting tool that is required in order to implement FATCA in 2015. This tool must be in place to enable compliance with the first reporting deadline of September 30, 2015. The committee will develop the terms of reference, and we will go to market to seek with an RFP for the implementation, for the purchase and implementation of the software to enable us to comply with FATCA by that deadline. I would formally like to acknowledge the committee and the great work that they have done to date, for their commitment, for the professionalism which they have displayed in approaching this matter, and for the cohesiveness that existed throughout the committee's work and deliberations. The committee, Madam Speaker, comprised Mrs. Michelle Bahadur from the Ministry of Financial Services, Duncan Nicol from the Tax Information Authority, and Nangel Kwong from the Ministry of Financial Services. Private sector committee members are Martin Livingston, David Conan, Mike Manisto, Cecil Chanasu, Mike McWatt, Helen Dombowski, Kate Taft, Anthony Fantasia, and Colin Hanson. Fairly large committee, Madam Speaker, but a number of the names that I mentioned here were basically stand-ins for some of the main committee members, but who nevertheless participated and have continued to participate in the work of the committee. I feel very confident that the work will be completed on time and within budget, and Cayman will be fully compliant with its international obligations and commitments with regard to the automatic exchange of information. Secondly, Madam Speaker, I'd like to touch briefly upon the committee to review the public management and finance law. Again, members will be aware that I chair that review committee, and it has been quite active since January 2014. It is tasked with reviewing a number of issues relating to the public management and finance law with regard to accounting and reporting processes and budgeting. Again, a great example, I believe, of public-private collaboration. The committee has largely completed its deliberations and is in process of writing its final report. We have been faced with some challenges with resources in completing the work over the past 3 weeks, and what I've had to do now is to draft all of our members, get them involved in the writing of the final report, which we will be working very diligently to get to the Minister and then ultimately to Cabinet for their consideration. But Madam Speaker, sometimes, I think there's a need to manage expectations of those awaiting this report. One of the things I found out when we got started with our review and deliberations is that since the public management and finance law was implemented in 2001, there have been at least 3 reviews of the law, 1 internal and 2 external. And I have to say, very excellent reports at that. And so what I would state here at this point is that the report will have no real surprises, because at least these other reviews, most recently being the Keith Luck report, many of the recommendations that are coming out of it will have been seen by not necessarily this government, by previous governments, and certainly will be known to the civil service and to the Ministry of Finance. Previous reports, from all that I am able to determine and from my viewpoint, have never been fully implemented, or some of them have been done on a piecemeal basis. And Madam Speaker, I have to say this will be no different if we do not commit the resources to get these things implemented. Well, I think first of all, let me preface that by saying once accepted, and if the report is accepted by government, that we will need to commit significant resources in order to get these things implemented. I too would like to thank the committee members who have comprised both members of the public and private sector, On the public sector, we have had the Honourable Ken Jefferson, Financial Secretary, Auditor General Alistair Swarbrick, Chief Officer Doreen Whitaker, Chief Financial Officer Vinton Chinsey, the Accountant General, Ms. Deborah Welcome, and Ms. Pat Estwick from Cayman National, the CFO from CNC, and Mr. Tyron Jackman, a partner from Deloitte. Madam Speaker, I would formally like to record my commendation to government and particularly to the Premier for the gesture in awarding the civil service a bonus of 2.5% of salary that was announced last week, Monday, in the as we first met in the throne speech and the Premier's policy statement. My opinion, and by all accounts, is that the 2.5% bonus has been welcomed by the hardworking men and women of our civil service. I don't know if members have seen it, but have you not walked through the halls of the government accommodation building and see the smile on some people's faces? I've actually been stopped in those halls, Madam Speaker, and many have said to me, thank you for the increase. And I remember the first time someone stopped me and thanked me. I said, oh, did I do that? And I think, yeah, we're going to do it. So I'm grateful, and what I see is that this has had a very positive effect on the morale and of the civil service. And I'm honored to have been played a part in that as well. I have no doubt in my mind that they all appreciate it. Like the Premier said, we would have liked to have done more, but as always, the constraints that we operate under meant that this was the maximum that we could do at this time. Madam Speaker, I would like to speak next and let members know what has been happening as well from, I think I can speak, I'm speaking on behalf of Councillor Connolly as well, with regard to our constituency office in Georgetown. Madam Speaker, we opened the office in September 2013, and the office is manned by a young lady by the name of Christine Ray Smith. In the 9 months since the office, our focus initially when we opened was to focus on trying to help constituents find jobs, since at that it certainly is a very pressing need in our community. Since that time, we have assisted and received over 240 resumes, and we have assisted many in helping them to write those resumes. We've also assisted with more than 50 job interviews and job placements during that time period as well. And we continue to try and assist people in matching their skills to jobs that we see advertised. Although I have to say that the work now of the NWDA continues and should drive much of that activity. Our office also provides a computer with internet and printing capabilities for constituents, so that if they have need to have access to the internet, or they need to, whether it's write a letter or resume, we make the facilities available to them and just need to come into the office and they can have access. We also have a small boardroom which we make available to anyone who has need of that facility, and I extend the same offer to members of this House in the Georgetown area, well, to everyone. If you're in Georgetown and you need a place to hold a meeting, you can come, and we'll make it available to you. It's not Bob. It better not be. Finally, Madam Speaker, I'd also mention that we are now working with government and Caledonian to set up a homework club in the 2014-15 school year. We're still in the midst of trying to define how that program is going to be working, and the students or children that we will be targeting to assist in this. Also, Madam Speaker, the focus as well potentially on either a literacy or a numeracy program. We've been considering it and trying to put together. I think since we're focusing initially on a literacy program, But I think what has emerged now is that there are several literacy programs that exist, and that I understand that there is quite a need for a numeracy program to assist our young children. And so we are working to try and shape what the final form of that program will look like, but we're going to implement that for the coming school year. Finally, Madam Speaker, I do need to beg your indulgence to address one matter that has been dogging me personally for a number of weeks. That, Madam Speaker, relates to the whistleblowing, I guess the best way to describe it is the whistleblowing fiasco in Cayman when we met in April. I feel the urgent and the need to comment in light of what I would describe as a political flogging I've taken on the talk shows, particularly the morning shows, in the days following the meeting, and most recently last week with the article on Cayman News Service. I do want to record my disappointment because, you know, the CNS article in particular, I would have thought that I would at least have been contacted for some comment on the thrust of the story and to provide some input, but that never took place. I would like to, yes. And I was also disappointed that the article indicated that they had sight of the minutes of the committee before they were tabled in this honorable House. Madam Speaker, the minutes will reflect, yes, I did move a motion at that committee meeting. But Madam Speaker, the impetus for the motion did not emanate from me personally. It was the chair, I recall, that suggested that he would like to bring a motion. And I allowed it, I facilitated it by proposing the motion, having it seconded by the deputy leader of the opposition. We were the only two, there are 5 members of the committee, there were only 3 of us present. That was Mr. Bernie Bush, member from Northside, and myself. He was not there. He was absent, as was the other member. Madam Speaker, the minutes reflected that we invited the chairman to draft a motion. But that is not what happened on the 9th of April at the meeting of the Assembly in Cayman. I'm trying my best to be as truthful as I know. Okay. You can, I know it will be tabled. But I have to say with hand on heart, I did not understand and appreciate that a motion that came before the House and the way it came before the House could be done. I expected and was looking for a motion that would have been filed as I have customarily known them to be. In fact, when those things unfolded that morning, the first question I asked, I reached out to the Minister of Planning and asked him, can that be done? And he assured me, yes, it could, but it isn't a section of the standing orders that is very often used. And I certainly had never experienced it or seen it done before. I did not simply know that it could be done that way. And as I said, I expected a formal notice to be filed, and that's not how it unfolded. Secondly, Madam Speaker, during the meeting, the discussions that took place, I was also made aware, but I was not at the time. I think it was the Attorney General that said that government was in advanced stages of drafting whistleblower legislation. And I was not aware of that. I believe also the Deputy Governor made a comment that he was actioning a number of the recommendations or dealing with a number of the recommendations that were contained in the report. So hearing all of this and seeing it, Madam Speaker, to me, the motion that was before the House no longer made sense, nor did it have further merit. It had no legs to stand on. And my vote, Madam Speaker, made no difference to whether the motion had any chance of succeeding or failing. It was doomed to failure from the beginning. And I now appreciate that. But I have to say, I have learned some lessons with regard to the experience, and will do things, perhaps a little bit different in next time around. So I hope that this will be able to put matters to rest and allow that chapter to be closed, and we move on. Well, not my intention to lie. Finally, Madam Speaker, I want to share some concluding thoughts just on a couple of the matters that Madam Speaker, some of our other colleagues here, we've all made mention of the fact that there's been no mention this far of the one man, one vote initiative in a policy statement. And I believe, Madam Speaker, that if we are to achieve this, we all agree that it's something that needs to move forward, that we must begin the process to implement it in the coming year. I would like to now see the wider debate and discourse beginning to take shape and to take place. And I'm welcoming that as we move forward with this important initiative. I think we know that our supporters and the voting public are expecting to see some movement on this initiative. Finally, Madam Speaker, I would just like to make mention of what I perceive as a shortcoming right now, even within our own standing orders. It just strikes me, Madam Speaker, that they are in need of a very big rewrite to bring them to modernize them and make them compatible with our Constitution as it now exists. I believe, Madam Speaker, that the disconnect between what we have now and what needs to be is one of the reasons why we often have such heated debates amongst us with regard to the application of those standing orders. And I believe I would recommend to this House that we move forward with trying to put together a committee of members of this House to try and rewrite our standing orders and to bring them in, to modernize them and make them compatible with our Constitution. Finally, Madam Speaker, just like to record my thanks to the Minister of Finance and to the Minister of Financial Services, whom I have had the pleasure to work with over the past year. I have to say it has been an exciting and a very fulfilling year for me. I recognize that my role is there to support them and assist them in the discharge of their duties. I'm grateful to them for the way they have received me. And I'm also grateful to work with some excellent people in both ministries. And I realize in the ministries that I'm working with that there are very hard-working, dedicated people in this government civil service. And I would like to record my appreciation to them for the friendships and the camaraderie that we have developed as we work together to implement the policies of both the Minister of Finance and the Ministry of Financial Services. And I'm looking forward to the challenges of this coming year. I believe there will be many, but I believe that the government as a whole is on the right track in terms of bringing back prosperity and the good times to Cayman. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Does any other member wish to speak? I recognize the Honourable Minister responsible for education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I too would like to congratulate Her Excellency on the delivery of the throne speech, to congratulate the Premier on the delivery of the policy statement, and the Minister of Finance on the delivery of the budget address which has been echoed by a number of my colleagues, captures the hard work and success of the entire government on being able to deliver on and exceed, in some cases, the targets which we set at the beginning of last year. Madam Speaker, again, as expressed by a number of my colleagues which preceded me in this debate, this could not have happened without the collective and cumulative effort made by each minister and the vital support of the councillors and backbenchers working with Cabinet to help us achieve the budgetary goals. And very importantly, Madam Speaker, this could not have happened, certainly, without the hard work and dedication of the many civil servants that rose to the challenge of living in a fiscally responsible and prudent manner. Again, I would like to echo the many sentiments expressed here over the last few days, congratulating members of the civil service, in particular members of the Budget and Management Unit, who worked tirelessly to put together the budget that we are here to debate, but also the respective ministry staff, chief officers, CFOs, that worked very hard to ensure that each of the ministries were able to deliver our respective mandates within the financial constraints that we were asked to work within. Madam Speaker, it's been just over a year to date that we were forced, as the first-time elected representatives, first sworn in to this House, and, well, for the entire House, actually, to be sworn in for this administration. And as I said then, I will say now, Madam Speaker, I am humbled and blessed and thankful to be given the opportunity to serve my country in such a manner, and I am committed to continuing to do so with a view to working collectively as a government, but also bringing my independent voice where necessary in order to advocate for the betterment of the country as a whole. And as my colleague, the 5th elected member from Georgetown, indicated in his contribution, the fact that we are here 1 year later and we're able to demonstrate to this country the amount that has been accomplished in a short year is a testament to the fact that coalition governments can work. Madam Speaker, this year saw the passage of some monumental pieces of legislation, and it also rings to the testament that government as a whole, working together across the aisles, we are stronger when we're able to identify and work to a common purpose. And we've seen that with respect to the passage of the National Conservation Law and the Standards in Public Life Law, where it was unanimously passed by this House. Madam Speaker, as a part of my contribution to this debate, and in preparing to make such a contribution, it was important for me as minister with responsibility for some of the fundamental subject areas pertinent to the development and the advancement of our people to be able to tell the story of the hard work, the commitment, and the efforts made by the various persons, various staff members in my ministry, in the various departments, agencies, and schools that fall beneath the ministry. And so in doing so, Madam Speaker, the ministry has produced a progress report for the period of June 2013 to May 2014, and with your permission, I'd like to table this in the Honourable House.
So ordered. And Honourable Minister, if I could now recognize the Honourable Premier, as it's now 4:30, to bring the motion for the adjournment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move the suspension of Standing Order 10-2 in order that the business of the House may continue beyond the hour of interruption.
The question is that Standing Order 10-2 be hereby suspended to allow the business to continue beyond the hour of interruption for anticipated concluded time of 7 p.m. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no.
No.
I believe the ayes have it. According to Standing Order 10-2 is hereby suspended. Honourable Minister for Education, please continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I was saying, whereas I appreciate that a report of this nature produced by an individual ministry may be something novel, it may be something new. But Madam Speaker, as many of the elected representatives in this House campaigned on in 2013, which is to bring a new style of leadership in this honourable House and to the country at large. And so, Madam Speaker, in attempting to do so, and as I said, it was incumbent upon me as Minister to be able to highlight the positives, highlight the hard work that has gone into being able to stand here today and speak to some of the activities, accomplishments, and work in progress that is happening at the ministry level and at the government. And Madam Speaker, in a sea of negativity that can be and often is politics in the Cayman Islands, it is important to recognize and acknowledge the positive and concrete action that's being done and that has been taken over the past year, and to publicly congratulate the hard-working civil servants who helped to achieve the various milestones as outlined in the Ministry's June 2013-2014 Progress Report. Madam Speaker, the Progress Report will, by and large, form the basis of the contribution I'm about to make with respect to the work that has gone on previously or that has gone on during this past year. But I will also talk about the plans and some plans that are already in motion for the coming year, coming financial year, as it relates to the various subject areas of the ministry. And before I wrap up, Madam Speaker, I would also like to speak to the district level initiatives as a representative of the District of West Bay as well. Madam Speaker, a high-quality education system is critical to our country's social and economic developments and aspirations. As a country, we must continue to invest in our children and our young people. We must continue to work to help them achieve their best possible outcomes that position them or help to position them for future success in learning, employment, and life in general. We must set high expectations for all of our students, Madam Speaker. Every child can achieve. That must be the guiding philosophy in all that we do. We must create a sense of urgency for improvement within our schools, within our community, and amongst our students themselves. We must promote a belief that our children can achieve the highest standards, and as minister, I have tried to promote a solutions-focused, no-excuses ethos and culture to tackle underperformance, behavior issues, and other barriers to our students' success. Madam Speaker, the guiding philosophy of the last year in office has been to build on the positive strides that has been taken by previous administrations with a focus on implementing the National Strategic Plan for Education, but also on identifying the gaps and weaknesses in the education system which are not adequately addressed by that plan, and outlining additional key strategic areas of focus and develop and execute plans of actions to address them. Madam Speaker, as outlined in the Ministry's progress report, there are a number of significant accomplishments in education which have been achieved in the last fiscal year, and I will turn my attention to the area of education at this time. Madam Speaker, this summer, for the first time, government high schools will be expected, or government high school students will be expected to meet a minimum academic standard in order to graduate. Until this year, graduation criteria for schools have been solely based on attendance and behavior, but now it will include an academic component. The graduation criteria set will mean that students will be recognized for different levels of achievement, Madam Speaker. Students will receive different levels of diplomas depending on their levels of achievement. Students' diplomas will identify the levels achieved, making it clear to students, parents, and employers the levels at which individual students have performed. Madam Speaker, this will also provide an important bridge to higher qualifications for students who improve their performance after graduation, or for adults in the community who may wish to pursue a high school diploma in the event that they did not get one while they were in school. Once such persons have earned the required numbers of subjects at the right levels to qualify for a particular diploma, they can apply to the Department of Education Services for that diploma. And Madam Speaker, what this does, it actually creates, in real terms, a system which promotes lifelong learning and the pursuit of basic secondary level education even after persons may be out of the formal secondary education system. It allows persons to be able to achieve a high school diploma, which for many people was not within their reach at the time for whatever reason. Madam Speaker, this is a welcome development for which the system has been preparing for a number of years. For the first time, graduating from high school will mean more than a social event. This will be a wake-up call for some, Madam Speaker, on the importance of valuing education. For others, it'll be a way of recognizing the excellent standards many of our students already achieve. I hope that going forward, Madam Speaker, it will inspire everyone to strive for excellence. Madam Speaker, as can be seen in the National Priorities Plan, the independent members of government campaigned heavily on raising standards and creating a world-class education system. As Minister, I've sought to introduce a new category of high honors diploma to reflect this position. This too was welcomed by principals and educators alike, Madam Speaker. Based on feedback from the principals and senior education officials, in order for students to qualify for a high honors diploma, they must achieve 9 or more high-level passes at grades A star to B at GCSE/IGCSE or CSEC/CXC at grades 1 to 2 or the equivalent. Madam Speaker, this change, or this addition to the graduation criteria, was made to recognize and encourage the very highest levels of achievement in our government schools. In our external examination results in year 12 shows that year on year, the top performers in our schools can hold, and in fact do hold, their own with respect to the top performers in the private schools and internationally. And Madam Speaker, it is important that we celebrate their outstanding achievements, and that having such a category allows us to recognize those students that strive and achieve such grades and numbers of subjects. Madam Speaker, early childhood care and education will continue to be a strategic priority for the ministry. This year, we have achieved two important milestones in this area: the development of the new Education Council guidelines for early childhood care and education programs for the registration and operation of early childhood centers, and also the finalizing and passing of the curriculum framework for early childhood care and education. Madam Speaker, getting and providing our young children with the foundation from as early as possible is absolutely fundamental to their future success in whatever they do. And so, Madam Speaker, in the 2014-2015 financial year, we intend as a government to fully implement these critical frameworks and to continue with the implementation of the re-registration program for all early childhood care and education centers. And Madam Speaker, just to let you know that the early childhood and education centers operating in these islands have already been assessed and have been working with the early childhood education unit within the ministry to identify the areas of improvement that each of them would need to put in place in order to be compliant with the re-registration process. And the unit has been working very diligently to raise the level of understanding amongst early childhood educators about the need to have such a framework in place for the curriculum to be delivered at these centers, because, Madam Speaker, the aim is to move away from just providing daycare centers, but to provide centers of educational instruction for our very earliest learners. Madam Speaker, professional development for early childhood practitioners and workshop for parents will continue to be a focus for the early childhood education unit. Educating parents and practitioners will help them to provide better environments and experiences for young children to give them a solid foundation for lifelong learning. Madam Speaker, attracting Caymanians to the early childhood profession is also a goal of the upcoming fiscal year. Exposing and informing high school students and young adults about the professional options available in early childhood and guiding them based on their passions, talents, abilities will also enable some of them to see careers in early childhood as options that they may pursue. Encouraging them to pursue local programs offered at SciFec, at UCCI, and through other local tertiary institutions as a pathway to gain the requisite qualifications to work in this area is also another goal to be pursued in this current or coming financial year. Madam Speaker, funding through the Early Childhood Assistance Program will continue as it assists many families who are in need but who are not able to afford access to early childhood services. Those families who meet the criteria for funding will be assisted financially to place their children in early childhood centers. Early childhood centers and reception classes will receive additional training and support in the coming year in the area of accommodating children who display difficulties and delays in development or who have been identified as having special needs. Madam Speaker, You may recall having heard me speak on a number of occasions about the focus and the need to focus on special needs and education that is appropriate for students that display special educational needs, including, Madam Speaker, the gifted and talented and those on the other end of the spectrum that display delays or difficulties in their development. And so, Madam Speaker, this year, not only in our primary schools and high schools will this emphasis be placed, but we will also be placing this in the early childhood centers as well. And we will be looking to assist early childhood professionals to better be able to identify and to work and to provide for such students. Madam Speaker, moving now to the issue of dealing with some of the behavioral concerns and issues. Following on from the statement that I made in this Honourable House during the previous session, I will speak about the critical work that has been undertaken since that time and which is currently being undertaken by the Ministry, by the Department of Education Services and schools to strengthen the way in which in which school behaviour and student discipline is managed in government schools. Madam Speaker, as a government and as Minister with constitutional responsibility for education, we expect that all students are taught in environments which are safe, conducive to learning, and free from disruption. As a government, we also expect appropriate action from school staff according to the school's disciplinary procedure, which is aligned to the ministry's guidance and requires that each incident is considered on a case-by-case basis. Madam Speaker, it is also important that I outline to help the country understand the various roles and responsibilities of each entity in the education system as it relates to dealing with behavior and behavioral issues presenting in some of our schools. Responding to negative behavior is the responsibility of each school, with the oversight and support from the Department of Education Services. Madam Speaker, the Department of Education Services is expected to monitor behavior across the system, identify any concerns or growing trends, and to work with schools in addressing these issues. The ministry's role, on the other hand, is to establish national policies and guidance relating to school discipline and school behavior, working in collaboration with the Department of Education Services and the schools, and to be able to provide a planned response to any concerns or trends that may exist or that may be brought to the ministry's attention. As outlined in my statement to this Honourable House in April, I asked the ministry to undertake a critical review of the resources in the education system which are aligned to deal with student behavioral issues. And as a result, a proposal was put forward which takes a comprehensive approach to address the behavior issues experienced in our schools. Madam Speaker, as a result of this work undertaken since November of last year, and which continues to date, the country can expect to see significant changes for the new academic school year starting in September 2014. As a part of the review of the policy and practice relating to school discipline and student behavior, the ministry is currently undertaking a consultation exercise with teachers, students, and parents. This consultation is aimed at identifying the strengths and weaknesses of the current system, to highlight areas of concern, and to assist in finding pragmatic solutions to address the issues. Madam Speaker, the ministry has already received feedback from a number of participants in the survey on the National Code of Conduct, and I'm told that to date, 267 individuals have responded. And although these responses are initial responses, the results, I'm told, are generally positive about the stated values and behavior expectations in the system. But what the survey does identify, or the responses to the survey identifies, is the lack of consistency and the implementation of these various values and behavior expectations. And so this is a critical area of improvement. And Madam Speaker, as I indicated in various public mediums, on the talk show, on the TV, etc., my own visits and discussions at the various schools, through those, and also through concerns expressed to the counselor for the Ministry of Education, who also is very diligent in working with and hearing from educators in the system and other persons who have concerns. Through the various discussions, deliberations, and school visits, we have also identified a lack of consistency in the application and poor communication generally as it relates to the various national and school policies that already exist. Madam Speaker, the Ministry has been tasked to find ways to strengthen the current education system. And as an outcome of this consultation exercise, a strong message will be delivered to teachers, students, and parents at or before the beginning of the new academic year, this August. This message will deal with the expectations relating to school behavior, school uniform, and the use of cell phones and other electronic equipment at school. And Madam Speaker, I would just like to share that at a very recent meeting of the principals, of all the principals in the public education system, along with senior management at the Department of Education Services and the Ministry, it was decided that there will no longer be the use of cell phones in school during school hours will no longer be allowed, in the sense that we've heard the Minister for Health speak very passionately about issues of bullying. And Madam Speaker, in the age of technology that we live in, unfortunately, a lot of bullying that takes place doesn't take place through the normal face-to-face communication anymore. It is through what is known as cyberbullying and other antisocial behaviors which the misuse of such devices have caused to perpetuate and have caused to exacerbate a problem that exists in our society, but oftentimes manifests itself at school, causing grave concern amongst our students, amongst the teachers, and in some very unfortunate instances may lead to persons actually taking their own life. And so the decision was taken, and I fully support that decision, and I gave the commitment to the principals and the members of the education system that from the political directorate standpoint, we will stand behind them with respect to supporting whatever decisions that they feel are necessary in order to curb some of the antisocial behaviors that are having such a negative impact on the school environments. And so this is one message that will be delivered in the new year. And if not before, there will be a public relations campaign, Madam Speaker, to inform people well in advance what to expect, what is going to be expected of them, and how we are working to improve the lives of all of our students in the education system. So, Madam Speaker, an updated school discipline and student behavior policy, a revised student code of conduct, and amendments to the home school agreements will be introduced to high schools at this time. More specific training will also be provided to help teachers explicitly teach behavior expectations. and the rights and responsibilities which are expected of students. Madam Speaker, as I've discussed in my statement previously, rewards and sanctions will play a more prominent role in the behavior management strategy to be adopted in the coming year. This has also been highlighted as a positive step in that within our student survey, 63% of the respondents, of the student respondents thus far have agreed that in a subject where the teacher never gives any sanctions for poor behavior, students tend to misbehave more often. So this is the kind of empirical data, Madam Speaker, that we are trying to gather in formulating the policies going forward with respect to dealing with the issues that our children are faced with. Madam Speaker, we must also recognize that teachers who engage students are less likely to encounter negative behavior within their classrooms. This view was also highlighted in the recent survey of secondary school students conducted by the ministry, whereby I'm told that 60% of the 219 respondents thus far have stated that rewards from a teacher make a difference on how they view the subject. So again, Madam Speaker, it is a positive reinforcement that can be as powerful, if not more so, than the negative. And so we're looking to have a system where we recognize the value of both rewards as well as sanctions for behaviors displayed. Madam Speaker, during the coming year, a professional development policy will be introduced as it relates to teachers and other educators in the system. There exists an important link between effective teaching and student behavior. And Madam Speaker, if we were to focus on improving teaching and learning, we would see an improvement as it relates to curbing disruption in the classrooms. So in the coming year, 2014-15 budget, you will see that the ministry hopes to also introduce a role of the behavioral support manager. Madam Speaker, this role was identified as being critical in order to help to better manage the resources that exist in our system currently, to better facilitate a more consistent and effective approach to meeting the needs of the schools and the individual students. Because, Madam Speaker, there are resources dedicated in the schools. We do have specialists, educators, we have specialists in the terms of psychologists and speech pathologists and the other specialist service providers, inclusion specialists, behavior specialists. Although, Madam Speaker, if you ever speak to any educator, you'll always hear that there is never enough resources, and that may in fact be true. But the fact is, we have to make sure that we better utilize and manage the resources that we do have to get the maximum effect from the investment made in the system. And so the lack of effective coordination and management and the deployment of these resources has led to the recommendation, and I hope that this House will support the creation of the position to have someone specifically charged with the responsibility to manage this process in the system at the school level, so there is a level of accountability that seems to be lacking in the system now. Madam Speaker, all primary schools currently have in place a school discipline and student behavior policy as well. As with the high schools, it is the government's expectation that the majority of behavior issues are dealt with consistently by the class teachers and other school-based staff within the disciplinary procedures of the school. However, Madam Speaker, we recognize that in the primary schools, as with the high schools, there is also a minority of students that are extremely challenging in terms of their behavior and the ability of the school system to cope and deal with that behavior. And so from September, in line with the secondary schools, the Ministry and the Department of Education will be looking to increase the capacity and to strengthen the effectiveness of the specialist behavior team working with our primary students as well as part of this newly defined behavior service to be rolled out in the coming academic year. Madam Speaker, even though the statistics gathered by the Department of Education Services will show that only a handful or a minority of students as compared to the entire student population are the ones that are causing the behavioral issues at each respective school, not effectively dealing with those individuals can lead to a snowball or knock-on effect, which may cause serious disruption for the rest of the students, Madam Speaker. And that is simply not an acceptable situation going forward. The new behavior management system is being designed to provide clearer, system-wide, consistent guidelines, rewards, repercussions, and accountability for behaviors displayed. It should also be designed to ensure that the necessary levels of accountability amongst the players in the education system are clearly delineated so that the passing of the buck syndrome does not occur. Madam Speaker, with these structures in place, it is my expectation and the government's expectation that schools will be better positioned to deliver on their responsibility to manage student behavior and to implement effective school disciplinary measures. Madam Speaker, we have seen reports in the press which speak to some of our teachers on occasion being threatened or in some instances assaulted by pupils. I want to make it clear, Madam Speaker, that there is absolutely no place for threats, violence, or intimidation in our schools. And when such instances occur, Madam Speaker, as Minister and this government expects that appropriate interventions by the school or the Department of Education Services and or, as appropriate, interventions by the RCIPS in line with the penal code will be made. We will not tolerate attacks on our teachers, attacks on our educators, attacks on anyone in our schools. But, Madam Speaker, it is equally unacceptable to harass, to degrade, and to bully our students by other students or by teachers or by other persons in the schools. And Madam Speaker, this is something that we don't often talk about, but it is something that I must speak about because I get a number of complaints from students, from parents, making such allegations. And so, Madam Speaker, I want to send a very clear message to the persons within the system to understand that that type of behavior is also not acceptable. It is not acceptable to say that our children are dumb and that they can't learn, or that I'm just here to collect a paycheck whether or not they advance or not. And so, Madam Speaker, a new anti-bully policy as well as a new complaints policy will be introduced in the new school year. And I beseech those in charge and those responsible for carrying out any disciplinary procedures within the civil service to be vigilant and to act accordingly when instances of such behavior is observed or reported. And I say that because oftentimes I get, and Councillor Conley will get, complaints asking us to do something about somebody hired in the system. And our standard response is we will make sure we raise those concerns with the Department of Education Services, with the Chief Officer in the Ministry, and with whomever else in the civil service that is responsible for taking those complaints forward. Because as ministers, as elected officials, we are not involved with the disciplinary procedures, with the hiring or the firing, or anything to do with the administration as it relates to civil servants. And it's important for me to set that expectation to be known that yes, we are there to hear you, and we will definitely advocate and continue to advocate for our children. But with respect to action being taken, we are in a position where we have to refer to the relevant authorities to take such complaints forward. Madam Speaker, at times we hear the cry to permanently remove the quote-unquote problem children out of mainstream schools. But Madam Speaker, historically moving students out of the mainstream education into alternative provisions indefinitely within the Cayman Islands has not been a very successful model. And we have ample sociological and statistical evidence in the form of the Yolande Ford report and AEC statistics, to name a few, that show that students who are placed outside of mainstream education provision for an indefinite period often become marginalized, they often drop out of education, and are more likely to engage in criminal activity. Now, Madam Speaker, the country as a whole, we have a responsibility for ensuring access to education for all of our students, including the most challenging ones. In addition to providing a supportive and positive learning environments for the majority of our students, which we must aim to provide, because we cannot let the majority suffer as a result of the minority, we also need to ensure that any alternative provisions or alternative pathways that is suggested or created, that these meet the individual needs of our most challenging students and do not hinder their chances of reaching their potential and becoming successful adults. Because, Madam Speaker, to put it very bluntly, gang leaders are still leaders. If we are able to harness those innate leadership abilities with sufficient and early enough positive interventions, then maybe, just maybe, we can help to minimize or even eradicate the gang-related activity and other antisocial behaviors among some of our youth and some of the members of our society at large. Madam Speaker, as bad as it may seem to some, or as bad as it may be portrayed to be by others, it is important to keep in mind that the majority of our students are well-behaved and well-adjusted. This point was emphasized, Madam Speaker, again through the respondents of our student survey, whereby 54% of those students responding said that they never received a sanction, and another 17% stated that they received only one in a term. In fact, at the recent awards ceremony, over 85% of the Year 11 students at one of our high schools, 85% of those students received some form of awards recognition. And so, Madam Speaker, I want to take a moment to recognize and to congratulate our hard-working young people, our hard-working, enthusiastic, and passionate about education children, and also to recognize the hard work that many of our parents are doing to help to foster this sense of belonging and of viewing education as the vehicle, as a tool to better their circumstance, whatever it may be. And Madam Speaker, many of the parents dealing with some of these same children that present the most challenges in the schools, they too, some of them are working very hard, because I know I am working with them, many of them, on an individual basis in my constituency clinic. But it's also, I would like to challenge those parents that know that if you know you can do better or that you should do better, then you must do better. You must do better to support your children in this time, because there are so many negative influences in school, outside of school, and if they don't have that grounding and they don't have that support in the home, then what are we really expecting from our children with respect to learning the values that they're taught from home? So again, I congratulate those children, those young people that are striving for excellence, and I challenge those parents who can do better to do better, so we can improve this system as a whole for this betterment of this country as a whole. Madam Speaker, in my statement to the LA in April, I also recognized, and as was echoed by the Minister of Health, that as a country we recognize the severe and complex and significant behavior and mental health issues plaguing many of our students, as well as many of our residents and citizens as a whole. These issues go beyond the scope or the interventions of any one ministry, and it requires a collective effort between the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Community Affairs, and other agencies that are involved with working with young people in their homes, in the schools, that present these behavioral and other mental health challenges. And so, Madam Speaker, the lack of a secure therapeutic accommodation for students who pose significant risks to themselves and other students is a problem. And we recognize also that the lack of suitable residential mental health facility or facilities is significantly impacting our most vulnerable amongst us. And it's ironic, Madam Speaker, that when I first raised that issue, some in the community tried to paint that as finding an excuse, and then several weeks later, it is now the mantra of those same individuals. But Madam Speaker, the fact is, we as a country must do more to provide the necessary framework to ensure that our people that are living with, that are coping, that are struggling with mental health illness is adequately provided for in society. And I have given my private commitment, and I continue to give my public commitment to ensuring that this government does more than just talk about it. And I'm heartened to know that the Mental Health Commission has been convened, and they are working diligently to try to find a solution, and I look forward to supporting any recommendation that they bring forward in this respect. I also would like to agree with the member from Northside in his assertion that more needs to be done by way of insurance coverage by private insurers for persons suffering with mental health. Madam Speaker, people living and coping, and I use those positive words because it is something that many people have to live with every day, and they do their best. And we must recognize that they have the right to participate in society to the best of their ability, and so that they should be adequately provided for in the disability policy being developed and to be adopted in short order. Madam Speaker, although placing students in overseas institutions is a last resort, it is something that we only look to do once we've exhausted all other local alternatives. The fact is, in occasion, we have to do so. Such can be quite costly, and the provision of strengthening the on-island facilities should help to reduce the cost and the need for overseas placement. To this end, the government must look more closely at a number of the institutions that we have set up. And I would also like to suggest that the Cayes Foundation can assist in this regard by looking at the effectiveness of the Bonaventure Boys Home and the Francis Bawden Girls Home, and looking at the program as it relates to the expenditures made in that area, and to also find ways to suggest areas for improvement if necessary, and ways in which these programs can be strengthened. And so, Madam Speaker, I look forward to continuing to work with the Minister of Health and the Minister of Community Affairs to find ways in order to address this concern in as efficient and effective way as possible with a post-haste agenda. Madam Speaker, I am happy to report that as a part of the government's strategy to help to provide additional positive interventions and positive support within the school system, the government has introduced a pilot project, a pastoral support workers project, whereby the number of adult support and presence have been increased, with the hope or the expectation that these persons who have gone through a period of training to ensure that they have the basic tools to do what is expected of them in this role, that will help to positively reduce and de-escalate events before they arise, and to also better facilitate positive relationship with parents. Madam Speaker, I'm happy to report that the Ministry of Education, Employment and Gender Affairs has worked in partnership with a private sector organization to implement this pastoral support worker pilot program, which was launched on the 27th of April of this year and runs until the 27th of June. Madam Speaker, we are really excited to be working with 4 schools in this pilot program. And the students who were targeted for support from the pastoral support worker are those students who have poor attendance or punctuality. Those are students that appear to be disengaged from learning. They lack the confidence and self-esteem. They've suffered loss or bereavement. They've demonstrated difficulty in managing strong feelings of anger and the like. So, Madam Speaker, once this pilot has been conducted, a review of the program will take place using the feedback from the students, the principals, the school staff, as well as the pastoral support workers themselves, with a view to continue and to expand the program if it proves to be successful in the coming year. The role of the pastoral support worker, Madam Speaker, is very varied, and it will depend on the needs of the school as well as the needs of the children that they have been identified to work along with. And so, again, it is something that we as a government develop to be proactive in dealing with the concerns that we saw. We saw the increasing number of security guards being in the schools, but the last thing we wanted to do was to create this environment where school is synonymous with prison, because we need to break this cycle for many people, or for some people I should say, this mentality that the school to prison cycle, which unfortunately a number of our young people have fallen prey. And so by having these adult interveners to act as guides, to act as advocates for the students with the establishment, as well as developing relationships with parents and the schools, should hopefully put forward and help to create the positive relationships that we need to build with the community and that each school should have with the parents of the students in. And, Madam Speaker, it would be remiss of me not to specifically mention that the pastoral support worker program not only met the needs or is aimed at meeting the needs of our students, it also has met the needs of the 5 unemployed persons who were registered with the National Workforce Development Agency. And so this was as well as being a strategy to deal with behavior issues and helping our students in the schools, it also was an ability for the government to get creative and to promote job creation and helping our people to find employment. And as I said, I was told that the candidates that were chosen to be a part of this program all were sourced from persons that were registered with the National Workforce Development Agency, and they went through a rigorous selection process, as well as training in safe management and risk reduction, child protection and reporting procedures, first aid and CPR, and the use of restorative practices. So the pastoral support workers are now employed in this program. As Caymanians, they're able to relate and interact with our children, and they've spent a time at different schools before settling into the individual school that they're assigned to currently. So, Madam Speaker, it is early days, but so far the feedback on the program from the principals has been positive. They report that the pastoral support workers are settling in well and interacting positively with our students. Madam Speaker, the ministry, as I said, will be evaluating the results of this pilot program over the summer with a view to continuing the program during the coming school year should the results prove to be favorable. Madam Speaker, I am in receipt of a newly completed report on the review of the Cayman Islands Further Education Centre, which I commissioned in February of this year. Members of the review team included a range of key stakeholders from the private sector, from within the ministry, within the Department of Education Services, and CIFEC itself. The remit of the team was to review the current provision at CIFEC in the context of student needs and interests, societal needs, and capacity and market competition. Madam Speaker, the overall review team found that CIFEC has provided valuable new opportunities to students in the Cayman Islands education system. It also identified a range of unexploited opportunities and areas for development. Madam Speaker, there are calls from all quarters demanding relevant and targeted training and education provision that reflects the needs of Cayman's economy. And as the review team highlights, these needs are within the wider community of which CIFEC is ideally positioned to address. And so, Madam Speaker, I look forward to sharing and discussing the many insightful recommendations made by this group in the near future, and to establishing an aggressive action plan for change that could see some key suggestions implemented as early as this September. Madam Speaker, the education system must continue to be continuously challenged to ensure that standards continue to improve and that we are providing the best educational opportunities for children in our government schools. Since taking up post, I have visited the schools and engaged with parents through the launch of a national parent forum in December of last year, as well as at various PTA meetings. I have met with teachers and continue to meet with teachers at the bi-monthly National Teachers Forum, which was launched and held since October of last year, with principals, with representatives of the private sector, to help identify the strengths, the weaknesses, and the gaps that exist in the education system. And Madam Speaker, to date, work has involved education system self-reflection, analyzing the feedback from stakeholders, and adjusting practices for improvement. Madam Speaker, as a government and as minister, I wish to advance this work to include an objective and external review of our education system, together with an objective baseline inspections of our schools. Madam Speaker, as the Councillor for the Ministry of Education mentioned in his debate, we have not had a thorough inspection of our school for a number of years, since 2007, 2008. And Madam Speaker, this financial year, we will be pursuing a review of the educational governance model, the funding model, the provision and student outcomes in our government schools, with a view to look for evidence-based recommendations for improvement. Madam Speaker, just to let this House know that we have already started in reviewing the governance model in earnest. We have been working internally, as well as working with members of the private sector, to talk about the creation of a governance model that utilizes the goodwill, the resources, the expertise of both public and private sector in terms of managing our education system. Madam Speaker, the results of this dialogue is still being determined, but I can say that the excitement that exists amongst the private sector in terms of their interest in being involved in devising an education model that enhances the level of accountability and the level of devolvement of responsibility to and at the school level is exciting. And so, Madam Speaker, I look forward to being able to speak to this issue in more detail in months to come. And a big part of that move to looking to improve the actual management and the governance of our school system is to actually get an understanding of the baseline of what is happening in the system currently, so we can understand where it is that we are starting from and where we need to go. And so, Madam Speaker, the big thrust this year will be to establish that very critical baseline as it relates to student outcomes and performance, but also as it relates to the management and resources and funding within the system. Madam Speaker, as was discussed previously, as a result of limited civil service headcount and other resources that we are constrained to work within, we will have to be creative and to develop a model that includes both an outsourcing aspect of this inspection, but to say, Madam Speaker, that the intention is to have this inspection model established where it is an independent inspectorate, and I am determined to set this renewed inspection program on the soundest possible footing within the structure so that the inspection reports would be presented to Cabinet and published, as well as an annual report to be laid on the table of this House summarizing the inspections conducted in any given year. So there is transparency in the system, Madam Speaker, because I think a big part of the concern that we should have as a country is that education is everyone's business. We are all have a vested interest in the education of our children, especially those of us who are parents. And so, Madam Speaker, it is incumbent that we all look to understand the challenges, to challenge the system, but to also offer solutions. And so I ask, and I continue, and I state publicly that moving the education system outside of the political realm is a goal that, as independent candidates, we campaign very heavily on. It's a goal that I've tried to live by in this administration with respect to looking at not just what was done in the last administration, but looking beyond that to the previous administrations to find what seemed to be working, what was good, and building on that to show and demonstrate the continuity, but also to bring a critical analysis of where we are and where we need to go, and to implement ways to fill those gaps as have been identified. So, Madam Speaker, I look forward to working with all the members in this Honourable House and the community at large to be able to move the agenda of improving our education system. Madam Speaker, whereas I think in this one short year I have demonstrated that I'm prepared to call a spade and to acknowledge the challenges and weaknesses in our public education system. There are some critics, Madam Speaker, of the system who are persistent in painting the most negative picture possible of our schools, who fail to acknowledge, deliberately or otherwise, the progress that's being made over the years, and of painting a picture of our students with one broad brush as failures and badly behaved. Madam Speaker, this barrage of negativity is affecting the morale of our schools, and most notably, it is affecting the morale of our students. It is also not helping the Department of Education's efforts to retain good, quality, solid teachers in the schools, nor is it helping to attract good, quality, solid teachers to our country. Education, as I said, is everybody's business, and the business should be about building up. It should be about enabling, not tearing down. And as Minister, I am encouraging these collaborations across the aisles, across the country, from individuals and sectors who have the best intentions for the education system and our country in mind. Yes, challenging the system is important, but in doing so, always have a solutions-focused approach, not just criticism, because it does nobody any good, not least of all our students who are living the experience on a daily basis. Madam Speaker, another concern negatively affecting the morale amongst teachers, especially the long-serving teachers, is the inequity that exists in the pay structure that has been adopted by the civil service over the years. Whereby, Madam Speaker, as a result of the salary freeze instituted a while back, there are serious anomalies that exist with long-serving, more experienced teachers, oftentimes making less than, in some cases, newly or recently qualified teachers just joining the service. This, coupled with the relatively low pay scale of teachers as compared to some other administrative posts that exist in the civil service, has contributed to an exodus of teachers. And Madam Speaker, there's a real concern that there will be more to follow. And it has also contributed to a difficulty in attracting teachers to take up teaching positions. Madam Speaker, my colleagues on this side and many teachers themselves will know that I've been advocating from day one, and Councillor Connolly has been advocating in our deliberations as well, that the civil service, and now I'm speaking directly to the Deputy Governor and all that fall under him that is responsible to helping to find a solution to this problem, but also my colleagues in government who, once a solution is found, hopefully, we will have to then decide to support. But we must find a solution to address this problem. I have asked this on many occasions, and I would once again ask that the Deputy Governor work with the Chief Officer in the Ministry of Education to devise a viable plan to increase teachers' remuneration, be it through performance management incentives or some other mechanism that is fair and measurable and that will address the concern that I have just expressed. Madam Speaker, I'm hearing a suggestion which I tend to agree with. We may need to look at somehow having a system designed uniquely for our teachers, because the fact is our teachers don't have the same vacation schedule, they don't have the same ability to do a number of things that other civil servants have. They also have a system that isn't very intuitive when it comes to the academic cycle. So it may be time to look at creating a system that is more aligned to the realities of what teachers experience. But again, as I've outlined, this is something that I will ask once again of the Deputy Governor, and I have been given a commitment that he will take this forward. And so, Madam Speaker, I look forward to being able to bring that to my fellow members in Cabinet and Government, and to be able to move and finally address this issue, which seems to be a real concern and which seems to have been plaguing the system for a number of years now. Madam Speaker, during the 2014-15 financial year, the established goals of the National Strategic Plan will be pursued through action plans that are implemented and whose success will be monitored. And it will involve, as I said, the National Parent Forum, Teachers Forum, and a Students Forum to be launched in the coming year, academic year, and the broader community. Madam Speaker, these 6 strategic goals will be strengthened through further development of key strategic objectives, which has been introduced as a result of taking office. The introduction of a crime reduction strategy and curriculum. Madam Speaker, we see that improving the school climate and strengthening school discipline and student behavior is a prerequisite to crime reduction, and so the focus this year will definitely be on instituting a system, a 3-tiered approach to intervention, which is to be rolled out in September, and to establish these national and consistent expectations about student behavior and responses to such. Madam Speaker, the Ministry is also making provision to introduce a program known as SNAP, Stop Now and Plan. And I understand that this is a Canadian-based evidence program for 6 to 11-year-olds, and that the number of jurisdictions in which SNAP has become part of their crime prevention strategy, and that it's a cognitive behavioral strategy which helps children and parents regulate angry feelings by getting them to stop, think, and plan positive alternatives before they act impulsively. Madam Speaker, I'm also made to understand that this is an award-winning, evidence-based model that has been subjected to rigorous evaluation, which has demonstrated positive treatment outcomes amongst children under the age of 12 with conduct and related behavioral problems. Madam Speaker, crime prevention days, or crime prevention awareness days for high school students, first introduced in September of last year, will continue in the next academic year as well. In addition, conflict resolution training will take place, Madam Speaker, to help our children, students, and educators manage the risk and to de-escalate certain instances before it becomes a crisis. Madam Speaker, improving positive learning environments through a new strategy and intensive teacher professional development. As I said, including the impending adoption of a professional development policy will be pursued in the coming year as well. Madam Speaker, one of the things that I have discovered as a result of taking the time to do the research on some of the programs and recommendations that came before me in the Ministry of Education was the emphasis that appeared to have started under the previous PPM's administration as it relates to the profile of the educated Caymanian. And Madam Speaker, this was a values or civics education program, and it is something that, as Minister, I will look to bring forward again in this year. For whatever reason, it wasn't carried forward during the last UDP administration, but in looking at those values, it's very clear that what was determined to be the aspirational goals for what our children should be when they leave our system is still very relevant today. And so the importance of teaching values and citizenship in education will also be a thrust in the coming year. And so we will look to adopt this type of values-based education and a profile of what we want our students to be during and after they leave the education system. Madam Speaker, vocational training is often something that we hear the cries for in many different quarters, And so the increasing the range and the terms and types of programs and level of vocational programs and training will also be a thrust in this coming year, with a particular focus on increasing the number of level 3 programs at SciFEC to bridge the provision between the school and further technical studies. But, Madam Speaker, we're also looking to increase exposure of high school students to the job-related aspects to complement the vocational and technical subjects that they have chosen, with the goal of helping them to develop marketable skills which they can build on. So in this year's budget, Madam Speaker, you will see it actually falls under the National Workforce Development Agency, but there is a position as it relates to a TVET coordinator, Technical Vocational and Education Training Coordinator. And this coordinator will look to strengthen and work with the schools to build the technical and vocational education training program from the high school itself. So we're looking to target even students as young as in year 10 to get those students that have demonstrated an aptitude, an ability, an inclination to technical and vocational education, and help to path and develop a pathway for furthering those studies as well as practical education and training on the job. So this coordinator is going to be responsible for working both at the post-secondary level as well as within the schools, with the schools themselves, in working to find a suitable curriculum. Madam Speaker, Councillor for Education touched briefly on the introduction of a new legislative framework, which is being worked on as we speak. And this framework looks to update and build upon what was done through that of the work of the Premier during his time as Minister of Education, looking at the Education Modernization Law and looking at drafting the accompanying regulations needed to successfully implement that law. Madam Speaker, since then, we have had the introduction of a new constitution, so some of the work that is being done is also to make sure that the law is in line with what the Constitution and the Bill of Rights require and call for, but also to ensure that we have a sufficiently robust framework that will allow responsive reactions to the changing dynamics of education in the country. We will also look to continue to maintain and upgrade education facilities where necessary, and of course within the budgetary parameters given, in order to ensure that teaching and learning are supported in a high quality resources delivered in safe and in productive environments. And Madam Speaker, we recognize within the education system and within the area of facilities that there are always more wants and needs than we can actually address because of borrowing or other financial constraints which we have to live within. That is the reality. So what we have done and what we will continue to do is to prioritize the priorities in looking at ensuring that our school environments are safe. That is the first guiding priority. And then looking to address the needs as and when they arise and within the financial constraints, as I said, that the ministry has to work within. And so the construction or the restart of the construction of the new John Gray High School has been deemed a priority because, Madam Speaker, this is our largest high school in the country, and it is by far one of the most dilapidated physical building that our students are having to endure on a day-by-day basis. They're having to sit exams scattered all over the place because there is no central place for them. There is no central hall for them to be able to go to sit an exam in the peace and quiet and solitude of being able to focus on performing to the best and optimum that they can. And so the hall has been identified as a key area to start with. We have to do a phased approach because we cannot afford to do otherwise. And the fact that the hall is substantially far along with respect to its construction, and also the added benefit or the key benefit of providing a place for our students to sit their exams. Right now they're sitting their exams in less than ideal, to say the least, situations where there's noise and there's construction and there's everything else under the sun. So how do we expect our children to excel in an environment where they cannot have the peace and quiet necessary in order to perform at their best? And so we will be starting in this current budget year towards working towards finishing that hall so we can provide that environment so necessary for the school to be able to have and conduct these examinations, as well as graduations and other whole school activities, and also for enhanced community use. Madam Chair, during this academic year, we will be continuing to review the scholarship criteria and process. This review began in 2013 and 14, and we've already started to implement some systematic changes in the academic scholarship application process and criteria. You will have noticed, Madam Chair, that we moved the application deadline forward so as to facilitate a more timely scholarship application processing, review, and response times by the Secretariat, so as to alleviate some of the stress experienced by parents and students and having to wait to hear back from the Secretariat. Madam Speaker, in this coming year, a subcommittee of the Education Council, which is headed by Councillor for the Ministry of Education, will be reviewing this current scholarship criteria with a view to make recommendations to strengthen and improve the scholarship application and award system. Madam Chair, we've also recognized that we need to find better ways to ensure that the human capital development strategy, which the granting of scholarships for tertiary education and for vocational and technical training, is a vital part of that overall strategy of helping to develop our people to take on the roles, employment, business, and otherwise in the community. And so we're looking to put in place a system that does a better job at helping to identify the priority areas that we recognize based on the employment trends in the country. We're looking to put a system in place that recognizes the excellence that is achieved by some of our students and whether or not those students should or need additional support in the event that they're able to get into the top schools, and other areas, Madam Speaker, which are being currently reviewed. And so the intention is to do a critical analysis of the criteria that exists currently with a view to helping students, all of our students, be able to find their rightful place in society, and that includes finding opportunities and creating opportunities for more technical and vocational type tracks as well. But again, the key is to link the provision of scholarships with the needs in the community, looking at the trends of work permit holders, etc. Madam Speaker, the education of our citizens is essential to continue advancing our country and to ensuring that Caymanians are adequately prepared to take advantage of the employment and entrepreneurial opportunities and to excel in the local community and compete in the global economy. And the Ministry recognizes that our local tertiary institutions play a critical role in achieving this. Madam Speaker, we believe that local tertiary institutions should work together to complement one another through programs and services that do not unnecessarily overlap, compete, or create redundancies. We believe that it's important to facilitate a seamless access to tertiary level programs which bridges students' prior learning experiences. We believe that the academic standard of local tertiary institutions should meet or exceed internationally recognized, accredited, and competitive standards to ensure that our local institutions are delivering programs that successfully facilitate international portability for other studies, as well as access and success in the local labor market. Madam Speaker, we believe that it is vital to facilitate appropriate pathways to students to ensure flexibility and variety in terms of access and programming which centers around the needs of each student and that promotes diversity and caters to individual abilities and aspirations. Madam Speaker, as a government, we believe that local tertiary institutions should operate with a view to ensure that their programs of study reflect the needs of the country and that graduates are prepared to be successful in the workplace. We believe that local tertiary institutions should create a sense of pride and community where students feel welcome, safe, engaged, and inspired. So, Madam Speaker, while private national tertiary institutions, while private and national tertiary institutions should work together to fulfill this national vision for tertiary education, we must recognize and embrace the differences that exist between the private and national institutions. Private tertiary institutions, such as ICCI, they're able to set their core purpose and develop their institutions based on a business model that reflects the strategic objectives of their stakeholders. National institutions, however, such as the University College of the Cayman Islands, have a broader remit, which includes the accountability to the government and the citizens of the Cayman Islands. Strategies of the national institutions must be set within the core government policy, Madam Speaker, a central tenet of which is for the national tertiary institutions to be relevant and responsive to the needs of our citizens to enable participation and success within the core and developing industries in the Cayman Islands. Madam Speaker, the Cayman Islands needs productive, skilled citizens. That's a fact. And we count on our tertiary institutions, and in particular, our national tertiary institutions, such as UCCI, to be leaders in engaging with relevant community partners, including the private sector, to implement proposals and strategy to achieve this national vision for tertiary education. Madam Speaker, it's the vision of the ministry that tertiary education in the Cayman Islands will provide its citizens with educational programs that meet internationally recognized standards of learning in the core and developing industries relevant to the socioeconomic well-being of this country. Madam Speaker, I have been giving assurances by the new leadership of the University College of the Cayman Islands Board of Governors that their commitment is there to working towards a strategic alignment of the UCCI programs, courses, and services to deliver educational programs that provide citizens with access to these world-class educational opportunities. An alignment which positions them to successfully participate in and contribute to the core developing industries in the Cayman Islands economy. Madam Speaker, the chairman of the UCCI Board of Governors has established a number of board subcommittees charged with responsibility of assessing and making recommendations that will lead to the re-engineering of UCCI to ensure that it is positioned to adhere to the high standards of governance and management expected, to deliver internationally recognized educational programs, to deliver programs that meet the social and economic needs of the country and its workforce, and to support and engage private sector in developing and delivering these programs, because ultimately it's the private sector as well as the public sector that are the buyers of their products, so to speak. We need to make sure that the students that leave UCCI, either at the associate's, bachelor's, or master's level, if that's available, that they are in turn absorbed into the workforce and that their qualifications are recognized as such. So working with private sector in this regard is absolutely critical. And the board will also look to enhance the use of technology to increase accessibility of education. Again, we know we have a disability policy which is coming online, which will make it mandatory for institutions such as UCCI to be able to deliver their programs to students that may have physical disabilities and not be able to access their programs by actually physically coming to the campus and otherwise. And also, another key goal of the Board of Governors is to ensure the financial stability and long-term viability of UCCI with a view of UCCI becoming self-sustaining. Madam Speaker, based on the work that is taking place through the Board of Governors at UCCI, the ministry is heartened, and we're heartened to know that there will be an even greater return on the country's investment made in UCCI. And the ministry looks forward to the continued partnership with UCCI as our national tertiary institution. Madam Speaker, turning to another area that falls under the ministry, dealing with employment, I would like to speak about some of the exciting work that has taken place and some of the accomplishments and achievements to date of the National Workforce Development Agency. That is to say, Madam Speaker, there is still a lot of work to be done, and I will acknowledge and I'll recognize that, but it is absolutely imperative that I recognize the hard work that has gone on during this past year by members within the ministry and members at the NWDA to get us this far. And also, I'd like to recognize and thank Councillor Sekou for agreeing to act as the chair of the national task, or the NWDA task force, and working with NWDA and the task force in order to help to put forward the recommendations in many instances which were carried forward by the ministry, as he indicated in his contribution. As minister and as a ministry, I took the decision that this was such a critical area that needed to move post haste, that as the conversations were had, as the recommendations were had, we took the proactive approach to act on those recommendations, and to actually be able to stand here and talk about some of the key accomplishments is very encouraging. And again, I'd like to thank all of the persons that have worked very hard and diligently to getting us to this point. Madam Speaker, in an effort to better equip and position the National Workforce Development Agency to meet the needs of the various stakeholders, as I said in September, the government approved the convening of a task force and the accompanying internal review committee. And given the importance of the NWDA and the role that it plays in helping to support, and I use that word helping to support, Madam Speaker, and I'll talk a bit more about that in a little while, but in helping to support Caymanians in their employment efforts, it was important for the agency to take this swift and proactive approach. Madam Speaker, through the re-engineering that took place at the National Workforce Development Agency over the past year, I am pleased to report that it is now much better positioned to be what its mandate is, a valued partner and facilitator in the training and development and employment of Caymanians by supporting the work readiness of Caymanians through skills assessment and a range of education, training, and development opportunities. By helping to align Caymanians actively seeking employment or career progression within the needs of employers, and by helping to advance a national workforce development and training agenda informed by relevant and meaningful research and data. Madam Speaker, the re-engineering process was focused primarily on the Employment Services Unit of the NWDA and resulted in the following advances being taken during this last financial year.
Minister, you have 22 minutes remaining.
Madam Speaker, am I able to ask for an extension of time either today or Wednesday?
Perhaps at the conclusion of your 2 hours, you could have a word with your Premier and see whether they are prepared to move the appropriate motion.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, the re-engineering was primarily focused, as I said, on a number of activities. One, the determination that the activities of the NWDA must be related to the overarching goal of human capital development, focused on training, development, retooling, and the reskilling of job seekers. Madam Speaker, in assessing the Employment Services Unit, it was determined that the greatest shift in the work that the unit was undertaking would be from a position of finding jobs that matched the current skills and experiences of job seekers to a position whereby the NWDA was assisting with the process of human capital development. Madam Speaker, historically, the instrument that was used to measure the success of the unit was predominantly based on one output, which was defined by how many Caymanians were successfully placed in jobs. And so, Madam Speaker, when a candidate referred by the NWDA was not hired for the job, the NWDA was seen or was categorized as a failure. Madam Speaker, the challenge with this method of measurement only is that it does not take into account the various variables related to the NWDA's inability to place a Caymanian in a job. Some of these variables go beyond the scope of the NWDA, such as the work permit approval process handled by the Immigration Department and its boards, and other things that don't fall within the scope of the NWDA. So, Madam Speaker, it was important to recognize that if we're measuring the success of the agency, we need to do so with metrics that make sense to what the agency is set up to do. So, again, the goal of the NWDA, Madam Speaker, is to be a partner and facilitator, not sole provider, in the training, development, and employment of Caymanians. And I'd also, at this point, like to say, Madam Speaker, that I've asked the Deputy Governor, and he has agreed to ensure that employment within the civil service also will be registered with the National Workforce Development Agency, because again, there is something that I need to clarify. A number of people will come to me or come to the ministry with respect to employment or employment concerns as it relates to the civil service. But as I've outlined before, this is a matter that is not under the ambit of my ministry. It's anything to do with civil service employment or civil service employment related concerns must be directed to the relevant heads of departments or chief officer or deputy governor within the civil service structure. But I'm happy to know that the deputy governor has agreed to work with each of the chief officers to ensure that the positions advertised for government jobs will also be advertised through and registered with the National Workforce Development Agency. So all persons registered will also have access to that information as well. So the re-engineering of the Employment Services Unit, Madam Speaker, the ministry has set the unit on a course designed to focus on human capital development. This, or the premise of this shift, is now to help identify why Caymanians are unemployed. Then the NWDA can support the Caymanian in addressing that particular barrier or barriers by working to connect job seekers with programs either run by the NWDA or other government agencies where necessary. Madam Speaker, then the Caymanian is better positioned to access, maintain, and progress in employment. Madam Speaker, in facilitating this shift in focus and scope of work, it was determined that a comprehensive intake and assessment process was needed to identify what these barriers to employment are for respective job seekers. In some instances, there may be very little, so the level of service necessary to be provided by the NWDA staff would be minimal. In some instances, these barriers may be very great, and so there may be a need for greater intervention and greater support provided by the officers. However, Madam Speaker, through this assessment process, the aim is for the agency to become more efficient at identifying very quickly who needs what level of support, and to be able to work with other government agencies in order to coordinate that work if necessary, depending on what those barriers are as presented during the assessment process. These may include training opportunities offered by the NWDA or externally. They also may involve coordinating volunteer work, therapeutic services, temporary support with housing or food, mental health treatment, substance abuse treatment, etc. Madam Speaker, job-seeking clients will be held accountable for this professional development plan that will be introduced as of Friday gone and going forward for those persons who identify with significant barriers to employment. And contingencies may be placed on job seekers that require them to comply with the plan in order to access NWDA referral system. Madam Speaker, this process will provide the foundation for developing what is commonly known as a welfare to work process, a welfare to work program. This government is committed to helping to employ or helping to see that our people find meaningful employment in the best way possible, and by actually working collaboratively as a system to dealing with the issues of employment and helping those persons who can work, find work, keep work, and progress in work. But as I indicated, Madam Speaker, it is a collective responsibility of this government, of the various ministries, and this government recognizes that we must take a holistic approach to employment. And so in this coming year, we will be looking to do just that, because there is a role and there is a responsibility of the NWDA, but there's also a role and responsibility of economic development, and the ministry is responsible for that, of entrepreneurship, job creation, access to health care, health insurance, housing, social support, etc. So again, it's this holistic approach to employment which will be employed by the government going forward. And the NWDA looks forward to continuing to be a valued player in this process. Madam Speaker, I see that time is against me, and in the event that I am not in a position to detail all of the work of the ministry and all of the work that the ministry has done over the past year in this speech or in this debate, I will look to bring forward specific statements addressing some of the advancements made by the NWDA in particular. So, Madam Speaker, with that in mind, I want to touch on a few of the highlights in which, again, it would be remiss of me not to mention in this forum, and that is the development and the launch of the interface, the database interface from NWDA to immigration. And as I said before, Madam Speaker, what we have done from the NWDA's perspective is we have taken away that barrier, which was information and information sharing between the agency with respect to persons registered, persons applying for jobs, and now the Immigration Department has the tools, has the information necessary to make an informed decision. But as I've indicated, that responsibility lies with the Immigration Department, and we would hope and expect as a government that they would use that information wisely when making decisions about whether or not a work permit is and should be granted for a particular job based on persons who may have applied for that job. Madam Speaker, we will be moving to build on the National Internship Program and the National Apprenticeship Program, which we have started in this coming year. And I am currently in conversation with a number of private sector organizations, and I have started the conversation with the Chamber of Commerce as well to move this program forward in the coming year. And as I've indicated, we've actually created a position that will help to coordinate. And so the apprenticeship program is based and will be based on a community model, working with companies already in existence who may be offering this training to their employees, but to expand that to include provisions for persons who may also benefit from that training, but who in itself may not be able to offer through the auspices of that job. So we're looking to work collaboratively in a community-based model in order to develop and to promote a national apprenticeship program. Madam Speaker, there is a number of advances made within the Department of Labor and Pensions, and I would turn your attention to the progress report, which I just distributed, and again, would look to inform this Honourable House at a later point, given that time is against me today. But Madam Speaker, I also want to recognize that the Minimum Wage Committee has been appointed in earnest and will now be working to move forward the agenda of determining an appropriate minimum wage regime for the country. Again, more statements or more information will be forthcoming about that at a later point. Madam Speaker, with respect to gender affairs, I need to speak briefly on that point because we have achieved a number of milestones in this year. Madam Speaker, as you are aware, the ministry hosted the first ever National Conference on Women, and I have to say it was, by all accounts, a great success, and these are the accounts of the participants themselves. We had a packed room, and we had a tremendous amount of dialogue and discourse amongst the women and men who participated from all age groups, all professional backgrounds, all categories. And what we're looking to do, Madam Speaker, is build upon that. And we are currently in the second part of the consultation phase, which allows people to have who may not have been able to attend to actually submit written comments or concerns with respect to issues of lingering discrimination in legislation, in practice, or otherwise in the country. And so we look to actually build upon that and to develop a plan of action once the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women have been extended or has been extended to us. And we look forward to a favorable response from the Foreign and Commonwealth Office in this regard. Madam Speaker, as I indicated, I'd like to speak briefly about some of the West Bay related initiatives. Madam Speaker, since taking office, and as you know, as a minister, it is often very difficult to find the time, especially with a ministry such as mine, where there are more subject areas than time will permit in terms of being able to discuss, to be able to spend the kind of time with constituents and to make the kind of time to be in the constituency. But Madam Speaker, I am happy to be able to report that I am committed, and I have been having regular district meetings since the beginning of this year on Wednesday afternoons, and I'm committed to being at my district office, which is above Centennial Towers, or above subways at Centennial Towers, on Wednesday afternoons if I'm not in the House or off island. So, Madam Speaker, I encourage the constituents who may not be aware of this to come out to the district office and to make an appointment if necessary to see me. And as I've been seeing a number of constituents since actually formally launching, well, actually I haven't formally launched the office, it was more of a soft launch, but the office has been operational, and there is someone there on a part-time basis because, Madam Speaker, because of the unique situation of me being one of 4 representatives in West Bay, but obviously as an independent, it is something that I'm having to be able to manage on my own in that respect. But nonetheless, I'm very happy to say that I've been consistent with my weekly constituency meetings, seeing a number of constituents and being able to interact at that level, which I committed to doing when I was agreed to take a position as a member of Cabinet. Madam Speaker, I was also very happy to be able to host 4 public meetings in the District of West Bay since taking office. Again, it was something that I committed to when I campaigned to bring a new style, a new form of participatory governance. And so by actually making the time to have these quarterly meetings, I wasn't sure I was going to be able to do it, so I didn't commit to quarterly meetings. I just committed to regular meetings at first, but in my mind, I was aiming for the quarterly meetings, and I have to say, Madam Speaker, I'm very happy to have been able to deliver upon that promise to be accessible to the community, and the turnouts have been very encouraging, and so I will continue to have regular meetings in the community in the coming year. Madam Speaker, I also want to state that there are a number of district initiatives which, as minister, I am not able to necessarily drive, but I am there to act as support. And I say that because my goal in being one of the 4 representatives in the District of West Bay is to act as an enabler and to act as a facilitator and to act as somebody that helps the community empower itself. And Madam Speaker, this is exactly what has happened with respect to a number of the district committees that have evolved initially out of my campaign committee, but now we have gotten members of the community who are just concerned about the various issues in which those committees address. So we have a very active tourism committee, an environment committee, and an employment committee. And again, I want to publicly thank the very hard working efforts of the people involved with those initiatives on the ground in West Bay and saying, thank you for giving of your time and demonstrating that the people in West Bay are concerned. We are concerned about what happens in our district, and we are concerned about taking action and doing stuff that are positive with respect to promoting the interests. So, Madam Speaker, I also want to talk about some of those initiatives which I hope will move forward in the coming year, and I hope to continue to support, which are the Heritage Craft Market, which at my last public meeting, the chair of that tourism committee, Mr. Cresswell Power, spoke at great lengths about. And I also want to state that, again, as being one of the 4 representatives in the District of West Bay, I am there to represent all. I know that the persons that support me are across the political divide, across the political spectrum, and so persons that may not necessarily be involved on my campaign committee, I want to give a public invitation. If you are concerned about issues related to tourism, related to the environment, and related to employment, I invite you to become a part of these district level committees, because as I said in this honorable house before, that elections are now over. It's time for the community to come together, to work together for the betterment of West Bay and the country as a whole. And so with respect to the workings of the craft market and the initiative of the district committee being taken forward, I know there are a number of other persons in the community, I understand, are also interested in that. So I would invite them to come and be a part of this community-wide initiative to provide an alternative to some of the Georgetown spots for tourism. And no offense to my Georgetown colleagues, of course, but we are working with the Minister of Tourism and the Ministry of Tourism to develop these local West Bay-related tourism products, because as everybody in this house recognizes, West Bayers in particular, our lifeline is very much associated with the tourism industry. So we have a lot to offer, and we look forward to continuing to work with the government in developing these projects going forward. Madam Speaker, at this point, I also want to recognize the hard work of everyone in this house. It is important for us to also promote a sense of camaraderie, but also to recognize that we are here to serve the interests of this country. I would like to, again, commend my colleagues in cabinet, commend my colleagues on the government bench, but also to commend the other representatives who are also working diligently in their districts in order to better their lives of their constituents. We may not always agree, but we are all here for the same reason, which is to work towards promoting the best interests of this country and the people that we are elected to represent. So with that, Madam Speaker, I would like to say thank you very much for your indulgence. I'd like to say thank you to the very hardworking civil servants again, who has allowed me to stand here and talk about some of the achievements. And again, I promise to speak to some of these in greater detail with some statements to be forthcoming in the House. But also to say 1 year has gone by and we have a lot to show for it. And I'm very proud to be a part of this government who has worked very diligently and very determinedly to get us to this point. And I look forward to continuing to work as hard in the coming year to ensure that we continue to move this good ship, Cayman, forward on the right path. Thank you.
I recognize Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are getting near the end. It is my intention to complete the debate on the budget on Wednesday, when next the House will resume. And by my calculation, I've been told that the two other members from West Bay will not be speaking on the budget. And so we have two left on this side, plus the wind up by the Minister of Finance and myself. So my intention is that we complete the debate on Wednesday, even if that means we work a little later than the 7 o'clock, and for us to commence Finance Committee at 9:30 a.m. on Thursday morning. I'm saying that now, Madam Speaker, so that members can make the necessary arrangements, if that is necessary for them to be able to stay. And with those few words, Madam Speaker, I move the adjournment of this Honourable House until 10 a.m. on Wednesday.
Thank you. The question is that this Honourable House be so adjourned until 10 a.m. Wednesday morning. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned to 10 a.m. Wednesday morning.